The following is an exclusive presentation of Bragging Rights Sports.
I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, oh Lord. The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some strangers to you and me. Yeah, come in the air tonight. Oh Lord, but I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. Come on! What you really want? What you really want? Come on, God! Oh, God! Hey yo, bust my name! DMX and I be the best. You see the rest, they looking like they need a rest. One more time! I'ma spit at you some hits that's gonna get at you, be messing with your mind. Stop talking quick. If you out there running your mouth, really don't know who you dealing with. Here we go again. How many times do I have to tell you rap cats I have no friends? You still acting up. Running around here like some brand new chicken about to get the game. Don't stop. Still getting down for whatever, whenever. That's why this joint is hot. Can't keep it real. Now, I'm up to do, but most of us don't. That's just how I rather feel. I shed blood for my people that'll keep you looking see-through whenever you try to creep through.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for opening night of the 2025 NFL season? I know I am. And folks, it's been 7 months since Super Bowl 59, and the wait is over. Good to see everybody once again. How we doing? It's been a long time since I've done a live stream for this vlog, but hey, drop's over. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Happy 2025 football season, and welcome to Bragging Rights Sports. I'm your host, Michael Hession, founder of Bragging Rights Sports, and tonight, you couldn't have handpicked a better start to the season than the matchup that we are about to witness. Tonight, it is the Dallas Cowboys under new head coach Brian Schottenheimer up against the defending Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. And the Eagles, at any moment, are about to raise their championship banner. So, at any moment, we will go back to the field of play and turn it over to public address announcer Gary Sainars at Lincoln Financial Field. But anyways, let's get this thing settled in. So, all right, let's go over some ground rules before that gets the banner celebration gets started for the Eagles. So, for those who are new, welcome. We're happy to have you on board. If you go to our website, braggingrightsports.com, you will find the audio for tonight's live stream under the NFL segment. For the second time in the history of this blog, we are live streaming this game on YouTube. It is the first regular season or postseason game I've ever streamed on YouTube. So hopefully my connection does not fail me. And right now, I think it's safe to say that it works out. But new location, well, kind of new location, but repping the Eagles gear, I have to. Sorry, Cowboys fans, especially my older sister, Kylie, who has been working for them the last few years. Although tonight, I am planning to do I'm not going to be super biased. I'm probably going to announce this game the way a unbiased broadcaster was. I'll definitely be neutral, because the only times where I'm not neutral when I do live streams is whenever it's either a Ravens, Penn State, Orioles, or a Warriors game. But tonight, despite me being in my Eagles gear, in my Weapon X Brian Dawkins jersey, which I wore for the NFC Championship game and the Super Bowl, I'm going to be as neutral as I can. So we will still have the Eagles theme music and Cowboys theme music as this stream goes on. But let's get to the storylines of this matchup. Last year, the Philadelphia Eagles ran roughshod over the entire National Football League after starting the year 2-2, which left many Eagles fans wondering whether or not Nick Sirianni was the right coach of this team. Heck, there were fans in the city, especially people on WIP in Philadelphia, that wanted him fired. But the Eagles went on to win 16 of their next 17, and let's turn it over to the PA system in Philly. And he is joined by Brandon Graham, and they've got the 2 Lombardi trophies. I am shocked that Brian Dawkins is not up here. And here it comes. Here it comes. Been the Eagles fight song since 1951. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. And if you can excuse me for a second. That is what Brian Dawkins would do. And there it is. They have just dropped the banner. And off go the fireworks at Lincoln Financial Field. And ironically, it's the same design that they had back in the 2000s and 2010s, where it was all boom, 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 boom. I wonder if Dan Baker on the PA during the game would be like, "Touchdown Eagles!" as he would say throughout. He was the voice, and we all know Dan Baker is the longtime PA announcer at Citizens Bank Park for the Phillies. But people forget that he also, for a while, did the PA for the Eagles. And speaking of the Eagles, they did not want to take part of the banner unveiling just moments ago. Nick Sirianni said during this week, he was like, "We are not getting caught up in this. Our objective is simple. Last year was last year. Right now, our mission is to make sure we have a chance to get back to the Super Bowl and win a second straight championship." And Jeffrey Lurie said it best at the end of the NFC Championship game. He said, "The Super Bowl isn't just a great accomplishment here in Philadelphia. It's an expectation." And I'm more surprised that there wasn't any Dallas sucks chants during the banner unveiling, but there will be plenty of those chants later on tonight. And I've got 4 words for those who are watching this stream, no matter who you're rooting for. Let them hear you. And there is Rob Mack hyping up the crowd. And they're playing Jump Around by House of Pain as here comes the defending Super Bowl champions out of the tunnel. If you're an Eagles fan, you couldn't have handpicked a better matchup for tonight. This isn't just the Super Bowl celebration. It's against none other than their arch rival, the Dallas Cowboys. And speaking of them boys, they have just taken to the field in a charade of boos coming from the 67,000 people in attendance. In a 1993 NFL Films documentary, the late, great Bill Bergey made the comment that we had such a fury as Eagle players to beat the Dallas Cowboys. Because you have to remember, from 1967 to 1980, the Cowboys had beaten Philly 22 of the 26 games. And you could tell that there was a ton of frustration in the eyes of every Eagles fan. Like, the reason why I feel like Eagles fans just strutted their hate on Dallas was because they were losers for most of the late 60s and into the 70s. And then they used their frustration out on the team towards the Dallas Cowboys. And the one game that I thought Philly fans in the 70s used most of their frustration on wasn't a game against the Cowboys. It was a Monday night game in 1975 against the Los Angeles Rams. They lost the game 42-3, but this was affectionately known as the dog bone game. Why dog bones? Because the week leading up to that Monday night game, Tom Brookshire, former Eagle linebacker and longtime WIP radio personality in Philadelphia, he asked then coach Mike McCormick, "Do you have any dogs on this team?" He said, "Well, we've got a couple." And by dogs, not actual dogs, but dog-like personalities is what he talked about. And the fans responded by bringing huge dog bones to the Monday night game against the Rams. And they said, "This is what Eagle players like to eat after supper." That was an embarrassment because that team that was a 4-10 team. And then McCormick gets fired when the year's over. And who do they replace him with? Dick Vermeil, who right away made the point that if we're going to win, we have to beat the Dallas Cowboys. And it didn't take them until 1980 to do so. And the one thing I wish that Philly would have done for this game, as an outsider, I must say this. They should have made the Cowboys wear their blue jerseys and make this scene a whiteout. And the reason I say that is because some of the most iconic moments in Philadelphia in the history of this rivalry have occurred when the Cowboys have been in their blue jersey. The 1980 NFC Championship game. You know, Buddy Ryan rubbing it in Tom Landry's face in 1987. Bounty Bowl 2. Emmitt Smith getting stopped on back-to-back 4th-and-1 plays. The first one didn't count because they called the 2-minute warning. And then obviously you had the T.O. game when he comes back as a member of the Cowboys. And the thing I remember the most about that game, as someone who's watched that game over and over the years, it's the Philly fans at one point chanting, "O.D., O.D., 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 overdose." That's what they accused Terrell Owens of. Tremendous, tremendous overdose of emotions. And he's like, "I told ya, they hate to love me." All right, so it looks like the lights have been dimmed once again, and let's go back to public address announcer Gary St. Hours. Oh, it's Boyz II Men, who ironically sang the national anthem after they sang the national anthem prior to the opening game in the 2018 season. So I'll just sit back and watch. All right, if that doesn't give you chills, I don't know what will. But as I was saying earlier, it's ironic that Boyz II Men not only performed the Star Spangled Banner before this game, but they also did so prior to the opening game of the 2018 season during the Eagles championship celebration game against the Atlanta Falcons, where they stopped Atlanta 4 times inside the 5-yard line to clinch the game. And for the first time since 2018, Dak Prescott is not wearing sleeves for an NFL game. How crazy is that? He wants to break a certain trend. And as I said, this is a new era for Cowboys fans. Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach. Dak Prescott's first game back from a season-ending injury a year ago. And now the big headline. Micah Parsons was traded to the Green Bay Packers for 2 first-round picks and Kenny Clark. The question now for the Cowboys is, how will they respond to trading away the cornerstone of their defense? But the good news for Cowboys fans is that they immediately extended cornerback Deron Bland after that, and having him and Trayvon Diggs healthy at all costs is absolutely critical. And on the other side, you have Nick Sirianni, who has won more games during his first 4 seasons than any coach in NFL history. And tonight, the Eagles begin their journey towards a 2nd straight Super Bowl, while the Cowboys, on the other hand, are trying to get out of the stage of irrelevance and emerge into a contender again. The Eagles won the toss and have deferred, so we will see the Cowboys offense on the field first here tonight. So Jake Elliott is set to kick it off to Cavante Turpin, and a crowd of over 67,000 are waiting to greet this. Here we go. 2025 season is underway as Turpin fields it at about the 5 to the 10 to the 15 to the 20. He's at the 25, gets to the outside, but is knocked out of bounds at the 32-yard line. And that's where the Cowboys offense will start things out, led by Dak Prescott, who the last time he had a fully healthy season, he led Dallas to a 12-5 record in an NFC East championship. Now tonight, he is right back in the role of underdog, going into Philadelphia and facing the defending champions. This is not an easy task, especially since longtime stalwart on the offensive line, Zach Martin, retired in the offseason, and immediately we've got an injured Eagle on the field. And we haven't even had a play from scrimmage yet, and there's already an injury. And the injury, I believe, on the kickoff is on number 43. As I said, I believe that is Ben Van Sumeren, the 4th-string running back, and there is public enemy number 1, Sean Smith, as the head referee. Ravens fans, myself included, do not like him one bit because he was the head ref of the AFC Championship game in 2023 when they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs. And speaking of the Chiefs, we will be right back here tomorrow night. We are live streaming the Chiefs and Chargers game that takes place in Brazil. Kickoff for that game once again at 8:15. And we waited 7 months to start a football season, and now you get unsportsmanlike conduct against Philadelphia. You shake my nerves and you rattle my brain. Too bad your love drive a man insane. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. The penalty is going to be against Jalen Carter. And is he gonna get ejected, or did he he butted heads with Dak Prescott. That is the last thing you want to do if you're a member of either the Cowboys or the Eagles, because that right there is his first unsportsmanlike conduct warning. If he gets a second one, he is thrown out of the game. And the Dallas Sucks chants are already out at Lincoln Financial Field. Boy, get your bowl of popcorn and whatever beverage you like. This is going to be a fun game in Philadelphia. All right, so now with all the shenanigans out of the way, it is 1st and 10 Cowboys. The ball now spotted at the 47-yard line of Dallas. So not only do they get the good return, they also get a 15-yard penalty. And wait, am I hearing this right? Jalen Carter has been thrown out of the game. This is unbelievable. What in the heck is going on, as John Madden would say? And not only that, but Van Summerson is also getting carted off. In last year, he suffered a season-ending injury in Week 13 in Baltimore. So this is the last thing you wanted if you're the Philadelphia Eagles. Not only do you have a player get injured on the opening kickoff, but the face of your defense has just been thrown out of the game. 1st and 10 Cowboys at the 47. Prescott under center. He brings the tight end in motion, the handoff to Javonte Williams. He's got an alley, and he's going to take it up to the 46-yard line. It's a pickup of 7. It'll be 2nd and 3. And the Cowboys just got a massive, massive break, considering that Jalen Carter just got thrown out of the game. Well, not to mention the Eagles have the Madden curse this year. So it doesn't just affect the cover athlete Saquon Barkley, it affects his entire team. 2nd and 3. Prescott in the shotgun, a jet sweep handoff up to the outside is Kevontae Turpin, and he will take it to the 42-yard line. It's a 4-yard gain, and that'll move the chains for the Cowboys. This is exactly what you wanted if you were Brian Schottenheimer. Get a good kickoff return, get the 15-yard penalty, get Jalen Carter thrown out of the game, and then have a chance to march down the field. 1st and 10 of the 42. Prescott in the shotgun, bunch set to the left side. George Pickens to his right. They move Turpin in motion. And Prescott's going to throw it over to Pickens, and he makes the catch, and he is dragged down at the 37. Reed, Blankenship, and Quinyon Mitchell on the tackle. It's a pickup of 5. So George Pickens was acquired by the Cowboys from the Pittsburgh Steelers, had 900 yards receiving last year, and I must say, as a Ravens fan, I'm so glad the Cowboys now have him, because he was a big thorn in my side the past few years, especially whenever the Ravens made the trip to Heinz Field. 2nd and 4 for the Cowboys at the Philly 36. Prescott under center. He brings Turpin in motion again. The handoff goes to Williams. He goes right up the middle, and he's going to get close to the line to gain. It's a pickup of 3, maybe 3.5, and it's going to bring up 3rd down. So with Jalen Carter out of the game, all eyes for the Eagles are going to be on number 90, Jordan Davis, the 4th-year defensive tackle out of Georgia, along with Byron Young and Gabe Hall. As I said, Brian Schottenheimer's going for the jugular right here. 3rd and inches. 2 tight ends set, 2 receivers to the left side. Prescott under center. Yeah, here we go. Play fake. Dak looking. He has to get rid of it. He throws a deep shot down the field. It's caught by CeeDee Lamb, and he's knocked out of bounds at the 2-yard line. Brian Schottenheimer opens up the playbook. He takes a shot into the Eagles secondary, and it is a 30-yard gain as Lamb burns the newly acquired Adoree Jackson, and the Cowboys are going no huddle. 1st and goal from the 1.5. Hit, play fake. Prescott throws. It is incomplete. Flag on the field. They're going to get Adoree Jackson for pass interference. And I can tell you, Dak's licking his chops right now. He's like, Jalen Carter's out of the game. The Eagles are a little bit beside themselves because this is championship celebration night. And right away, Big D is going for the jugular. So it's 1st and goal at the 1-yard line after the penalty occurred in the end zone. Three tight ends for the Cowboys. Prescott under center. Javonte Williams is the back. Eagles showing a 7-man front with 10 in the box. Handoff goes to Javonte Williams, and he gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys! Javonte Williams goes right up the middle, and it's 6-0 Dallas pending the extra point. So it was the old counter tray where Dallas squeezed the left side of the offense of the defensive line for the Eagles, and they score on the opening drive and take it 53 yards. So Brandon Aubrey now for the extra point. Snap the kick, it's on its way. It's up, and it is bullseye right down the middle. Cowboys lead it 7-0, and what a statement by Brian Schottenheimer in his first game as an NFL head coach. Woo! That is not a pretty scene in Philadelphia, especially now that Jalen Carter's out of the game. Before we go any further, I'd like to give a big shout out to Penn State Sports Night, Gobs of PSU News, with the dear old state updates and NFL, MLB, NBA, any major show content that we'd like to bring up on the regular basis. This first show for Penn State Sports Night is in about 10 days. I'll put the link in the chat in the description, so why not give them a sub? I probably botched that intro a little bit, but hey, it's my first stream in a long time, so I got to get used to it. Whew. That's one way to start a football season. The anchor of the defending champions' best defense gets thrown out of the game due to taunting Dak Prescott. And not to mention, he said a bunch of things that were beep, 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 beep. Yeah, like, this is ugly. Like, that was an ugly, ugly series for the Eagles defense, especially since they gave Dallas a short field and Dak Prescott just marched it down the field. And I will say this, I really liked the 3rd-and-1 call by Brian Schottenheimer. Instead of, giving Javonte Williams a carry on 3rd-and-1, he's like, you know what? Go play action. Try and take advantage of a skill mismatch between a CeeDee Lamb and a Dory Jackson. Because think about this. Last year, the Eagles had Darius Slay in the secondary. He signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers in the offseason. And then Adoree Jackson, who they brought over from the Giants. And a lot of Eagles fans thought he needed a change of scenery because he wasn't properly used in New York. What does Dak Prescott do on that opening drive? He's like, well, I'm just going to go after the newly wrinkled piece in the Eagles defense. So let's see what Philly's going to do and Nick Sirianni, especially since they just gave up the opening drive touchdown. And it looks like Kylie is pleased. I don't blame her. Here's the kick, and it's going to go out of the end zone for a touchback. And due to the new rules, anytime a kickoff goes out of the end zone for a touchback, it is a ball spotted on the 35-yard line, and another penalty marker comes in. Second time we've had a penalty on a kickoff already. Illegal formation against the Eagles on the kick return. So instead of the ball being placed at the 35, it'll be moved back to the 30-yard line. The penalty is against Marcus Epps. So here comes Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts alongside the #1 player in the NFL on the NFL Top 100, Saquon Barkley, plus a chorus of talented skill players. However, the Eagles' offensive line, I thought, would be shorthanded, but Landon Dickerson is active tonight despite being on the injury report. 1st and 10 of the 30. Hurts out of the pistol formation. Saquon Barkley behind him. They fake it to Barkley. Hurts Throws it to the left side. It's caught by Dallas Goedert, and he's out of bounds at about the 39-yard line. It is a pickup of 9, and it'll be 2nd and 1. And that's a good play design right there. Run the drag route to Goddard coming over from right to left, and take advantage of the newly acquired Kenneth Murray having a hard time catching up. So 2nd and 1 at the 39. Hurts in the shotgun. Bunch set to the right side, as is Saquon Barkley. Handoff goes to Barkley. He tries to pick his way through the hole and does so. He picks up 3 yards, and it'll be enough for a first down. You get the feeling that this could be one of those games where it's high scoring, because I said it after the Parsons trade. I said, the Cowboys, I think they'll be fine offensively because I think they can score with any team in the league. The issue for them is going to be defense. And in my opinion, they're putting all their eggs in the basket of second-round pick Donovan Izarok, who out of Boston College. 1st and 10 of the 41. Hurts under center, 2 tight ends. They fake it to Barkley. Hurts has time, rolls right. He's going to take off and run. He's at the 45, gets his way to the 48-yard line. It is a pickup of 7, and it'll be 2nd and 3. How about that move? He decides not to take his chance downfield. Instead, he takes off and gains 7 yards. And they did a very good job covering A.J. Brown. I thought they were going to throw it over into his area, but considering that there was a linebacker in coverage, he's like, you know what? I'm not taking the risk. I'm not taking the risk. Yeah, he's going right at Kenneth Murray. You can already tell. 2nd and 3 at the 48. Pitch out. Barkley, left side. He's got an alley. He tries to run behind Juergens and does so. He's down about the 36-yard line. It is a 15-yard gain for Saquon and another first down for the Eagles. And with that bunch set on the right side, we all thought that it was going to be a toss play to the right. Instead, a great play designed by Hurts. Instead, they toss it to the left, and it's a 15-yard gain. And that is the exact same concept that they used on the first offensive play of scrimmage in the NFC Championship game against Washington. First and 10 at the 36. Hurts in the shotgun. Shipley now in the game. Hurts looks over the middle. It's caught by Dallas Goedert. He broke 1 tackle, but won't get very far. That is Deron Bland making the tackle, or is that Malik Hooker? I think that's Malik Hooker. Nevertheless, 6 yards on the play, 2nd and 4, and it looks like the Eagles' offense is going no huddle. They saw what Dak Prescott did on the last possession, and now they want that for themselves. Hurts in the pistol formation. The handoff goes to Will. Oh, no, that's A.J. Dillon. That is A.J. Dillon. No, that is Will Shipley. I thought that was A.J. Dillon for a second, but Will Shipley, he had a 56-yard run in the NFC Championship game against Washington, and they're rolling with that hot hand right now. I like seeing Sirianni mix his running backs in, even though he's got the best one in the business. 1st and 10 of the 25. Devontae Smith in motion. They throw it out to Shipley, makes the catch. He's at the 20, to the 15, looking for a blocker. He's down to the 6-yard line. A 19-yard pickup on a swing pass to the left side of the offensive line. And it is 1st and goal for the Eagles, and they're going no huddle again. They sent Devontae Smith in motion from right to left, and that was excellent blocking from Dallas Goedert and Jahan Dotson. And Devontae Smith, too. 1st and goal at the 6-yard line. 2 tight ends set for Jalen Hurts. He's under center. Cowboys showing 8 men in the box. They hand it off to Barkley off the left side, and he's going to take it from the 6 to the 3. It's a 3-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and goal. And it looks like Sirianni has taken his time with this thing. And rightfully so. He doesn't want to have his defense get tired, especially with Dak Prescott and having a massive chip on his shoulder. 2nd and goal at the 3 for the Eagles. Hurts in a 2 tight end set, both of them to the left side. Barkley is the lone back. They hand it to Saquon, and he is stopped right by the line of scrimmage. He was swarmed immediately, and there wasn't much running room for him. That was Solomon Thomas making the tackle, along with the newly acquired Kenny Clark. 3rd and goal from the 3-yard line. Let's see what Sirianni's got dialed up. 3 wide set to the right side. Hurts in the shotgun. Goddard is the tight end. They bring Jahan Dotson in motion. Cowboys bring 4. Hurts looking. Scans the secondary. He's going to take off and run. He's going in. Touchdown! Jalen Hurts gets the Eagles on the board at 7-6, pending the extra point. What a methodical drive by Philadelphia after they just gave up a 53-yard drive by the Cowboys. They go 70 yards. What an answer. This is going to be a fun game. Just not if you're any of the defensive coordinators. Jake Elliott adds the extra point, and it is 7-7. This is going to be a shootout kind of game. It is going to be that kind of game where both of these defenses are going to have a hard time figuring things out, especially the Cowboys. All I know is this. Anytime we've had the opening night game, it's always something weird. And look at last year when it was Ravens-Chiefs. Ravens scored on their opening drive to take a 7-0 lead. Then the Chiefs came right back immediately and answered it right away. If this game is anything like that last opening game, sign me up. Just sign me up. Whew. Yep, keep that ball rolling. There you go. So, all right. 1 week into the college football season, and I tell you, there's a lot of chaos going on. And how did it start off? Well, nothing serious. Just Georgia Tech going into Boulder and knocking off Deion Sanders in Colorado. I think it might be Buffalo for already, especially since Shadur, Travis Hunter, and LaJohntay Wester aren't there. But Deion's got a long way to go. He's got a long way to go before, he is anywhere near, an elite coach. And everyone's going to say, oh, he had an 8-4 season made it to a bowl game. Well, he had talent. He had a lot of talent. And speaking of highly regarded coaching debuts, Bill Belichick at the University of North Carolina. First drive of the game, Tar Heels go down the field and score a touchdown. What happens afterwards? TCU hammers them 48-7 the rest of the game. And as someone who watched the highlights of that game, I'm going to say this. The Horned Frogs did not want another situation from 2023 to pop up. Because for those that don't realize this, TCU lost to Deion in his coaching debut. So they weren't about to lose to Belichick in his coaching debut. So, yep. Back in Philadelphia, 7-7, Cowboys and Eagles. And what has been an exciting yet fascinating first quarter to this point. We've already seen Jalen Carter get thrown out of the game, and both teams score on their opening drives, and plenty of Dallas sucks chants from the crowd at Lincoln Financial Field. And Elliott kicks it away. It's a line drive kick. It's going to be fielded by Turpin at the 5, to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. He looks for an alley, but can't get much out of it. And he is tackled near the 25-yard line, and we got a fight going on. Helmet-to-helmet combat, and look at these two teams. It's a free-for-all in Philadelphia. The punches have been thrown. Penalty markers out on the field. That is the third consecutive kickoff where there's been a penalty. Oh, my heavens. And it's probably going to be offsetting penalties. We know one thing's for sure. There's definitely going to be a penalty on the Cowboys against Maris Loafu, the outside linebacker from Notre Dame. And he was pushing Cooper DeJean, Mr. White Boy Summer. And DeJean was like, give me a piece of him right now. And actually, no, he quoted Happy Gilmore. He said, I don't want a piece of you, I want the whole thing. Personal foul on the Cowboys. But no personal foul on the Eagles. So the penalty will be against Loafu. And Cooper DeJean gets away with no damage. So it's a compare and contrast situation. Last drive, the Cowboys started at the 47-yard line. This drive, they're going to start all the way back at their own 12. What an eventful game already. Did I just see that? One opening drive touchdown last year, and they get one here. 1st and 10 of the 12. Prescott in the shotgun. He brings Javonte Williams in motion. The give is to Williams, and he is going to take it to about the 15-yard line. It's a pickup of 3. And another scrum is broken out. These two teams don't like each other, and they never will like each other. And in my opinion, outside of Ravens Steelers, this is the most bloodthirsty rivalry in the NFL. 2nd and 7 for the Cowboys at their own 15. Prescott in the shotgun, 3 wide, set to the right side. He brings Turpin in motion. They fake it to Williams. Prescott scans the secondary, rolling to his left, keeps his eyes downfield, and it's complete to CeeDee Lamb. He gets out of a tackle and takes it down to the 33-yard line. An 18-yard pickup thanks to a tremendous body awareness from Dak Prescott. Look at Dak. He evades Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and Jalen Hunt, and he still is able to keep his eyes downfield and throw a dart. So Prescott has completed his first 3 passes. Now he has the 1st and 10 of the 33. He's in the I formation. Counter tray to Williams, looking to get an opening. He is swarmed up, but he's going to pick up about 5, maybe 6 on the play, and it'll be 2nd and 5 for the Cowboys. What a difference Jalen Carter being out of the game makes. Because last year, if you watch the Eagles, he absolutely destroyed other teams' offensive lines. Now, he's out of the game. And Dak Prescott is licking his chops. They're like, oh, Zach Martin retired? Well, Jalen Carter's going to get ejected. 2nd and 5. Hand off to Javonte Williams. He sidesteps one tackler, but can't get very far. He's tackled right around the 41-yard line, and it'll be 3rd and 2 coming up. And there's Eagles defensive coordinator Vic Fangio, who, in my opinion, if a coach should have been named Super Bowl MVP, it would have been him, because for 3 quarters he shut out Patrick Mahomes, which in my opinion was the unthinkable. 3rd and 2 for Dallas at their own 41-yard line. Crowd rises to its feet at Philly. 4 wide set for Prescott. He's in the shotgun. Eagles showing 7 men in the box. Tolbert goes in motion. Prescott looking. Throws it downfield, and it's caught by CeeDee Lamb. He gets out of a tackle. He's down the left sideline and down to the 29. They're getting the big 8-8 open in space early and often. And once again, great pocket presence from Dak Prescott. And nice blocking, by the way, by number 52, Tyler Booker, their first-round pick out of Alabama. And a lot of people thought the Cowboys were crazy for getting him, especially since he wasn't projected to go to this high. But I must say this. They know how to develop offensive linemen. They just do. 1st and 10 at the 29. Prescott in the shotgun now after being under center. Play clock at 1. They just get the playoff. Dak is looking. He throws it over the middle. It's complete. And that is to the former Eagle, Miles Sanders. But there is a penalty marker on the field. Holding against the Cowboys. And the penalty is going to be against Tyler Smith, the left guard. And on that play, Tyler Smith was all over Byron Young, number 94, who was in place of Jalen Carter. Last year, he allowed the lowest pressure rate among guards at 4.2%. That's incredible. 1st and 10 of the 43 now. I thought it was at the 29 the previous play, but they spotted it differently. Prescott looks to throw. He's under pressure. He dumps it off to Miles Sanders. He makes the catch, but Zach Bond is Johnny on the spot waiting for him. It's a loss of about 4 yards, and instead of having a prime scoring opportunity, it is now 2nd and 25. And Zach Bond read that play perfectly from his middle linebacker position, and he's like, "You're not going anywhere, my man." That is so Cowboys. 2nd and 23. Prescott shotgun formation. 3 wide set to the left side. Turpin again goes in motion. They just get the playoff. Prescott looking. He's going to take a deep shot down the field, and it is going to be Cup. No, it's dropped by George Pickens. And he is going to get a flag. There was contact by Quinyon Mitchell, and it's going to be pass interference against the Eagles. Fight round the world. And who wins the fight? The NFL's version of Russell Crowe. So what was 1 2nd and 23 turns into a 40-yard gain for Dallas. And that's a ticky-tacky call. 1st and 10 of the 12. Prescott, 3 tight end set. And enough, they fake it to Williams. Prescott rolling to his left. Rolling, now throws to the end zone, incomplete. He was looking for Jalen Tolbert. Quinyon Mitchell in coverage at 2nd and 10. He rolled to his left. He could have just dumped it off to Jake Ferguson, but he was like, no, I'll just take my chance. 2nd and 10. Prescott in the shotgun, 2 back set, 2 wide to the right side. The handoff goes to Javonte Williams, and he's going to drag his way. He's still moving, down to the 1-yard line. What looked as if it was going to be a 3 or 4 yard gain turns into an 11-yard gain and a 1st and goal for Dallas. And the Cowboys are going no huddle. Prescott under center with a 3 wide set. Williams is the back. And Dak might just be trying to get him offside. I think he is trying to get him offside. So it looks like it's going to be the end of what has been a crazy and exciting first quarter to start the 2025 NFL season. Cowboys 7, Eagles 7, Dallas on the move. Boy. As I said, what a first quarter we had so far. 7-7. Dallas is at the 1 yard line, and they're trying to punch it in to make it a 14-7 lead. Because think about this. Look at all the negative publicity that faced the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, as I said in my NFL season preview on braggingrightsports.com, make sure you go check that out. I will put the link of that article in the description right now just so you guys can go check it out. But as I said in that, I said, Jerry Jones made Nico Harrison hold his bottle of tequila. Because when we thought Nico was stupid for trading Luka Doncic to those damn Lakers, you see the same nonsense take place with the Cowboys trading Micah to the Green Bay Packers. Anyways, back at Lincoln Financial Field, they just had a drone go through Citizens Bank Park, home of Red October, which they'll probably be that again this year. But anyways, back to the game. First and goal for the Cowboys at their own 1 yard, the 1 yard line. 3 receivers set. Prescott in the shotgun. Handoff to Javonte Williams, and he's got his second touchdown of the night. He takes it in up the middle, and it's 13-7 Dallas, pending the extra point. Get in the fast lane, sunshine. Jerry Jones is out for blood. Woo! So that is an 88-yard scoring drive for the Cowboys, and they once again took advantage of a few soft spots in the Eagles' defense and got the aid of a 40-yard penalty. It is now 14-7 thanks to the extra point from Aubrey. So just over 15 minutes into this game, the Eagles' defense, which was one of the best in football last year, has had no answers for Dallas's offense. And as I said earlier in this stream, Dak Prescott is taking his chances at Adoree Jackson. And how is he doing so? Well, he's getting CeeDee Lamb involved. Now, how are the Eagles going to respond? I don't know. It's kind of crazy that I'm trying to be neutral for an Eagles-Cowboys game, especially considering that. Well, it makes sense since I have family on both sides of this roster. So what am I supposed to do? But anyways, tonight on Dallas, treason, treachery, insanity. It's all in the Cowboys' mind as there's all the trauma in the world. And so far, they have responded to being memed to death by the media last week for trading away the face of their defense by scoring 2 early touchdowns against a defense that absolutely tormented Patrick Mahomes. But I have a feeling Eagles fans will make all the excuses in the world by saying this. Jalen Carter got ejected right before a snap was even made. That is a valid excuse. I will give them that. But yes, the ejection, I get that. But as I said, when you have the weapons that the Cowboys have at wide receiver and a healthy Dak Prescott, plus Brian Schottenheimer, who has a completely different culture compared to that of Mike McCarthy. Because don't get me wrong, McCarthy was a solid coach, but honestly, the Cowboys needed a change of scenery, and I feel like now that Parsons and McCarthy are gone, it could benefit them in the sense that there's not going to be many distractions. Schottenheimer is one of those guys. His father, Marty Schottenheimer, was a great coach and a great culture builder. And Jerry Jones is hoping the same thing happens with Brian. Back at Lincoln Financial Field, they just showed the 3-headed monster of the Eagles as the kick goes out of the end zone for a touchback. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 35. Those being Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman, the Wunderkind GM of Philadelphia, and the man who made it clear when he was first introduced as owner in 1994 that they were going to be good and good for a long time, Jeffrey Lurie. So anyways, the new kickoff rule has not been kind to the Cowboys. First and 10 Eagles at their own 35-yard line. Hurts in the shotgun. Saquon to the left side. They give it to him. And he bounces it off to the right side. He breaks a couple of tackles and takes it down to the 41-yard line. It's a 6-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 4. The Eagles offense last year, the common trend with them is they always played with the lead for most of the second half of the season. They have not been in a situation like this where they've trailed and had to come from behind. There hasn't been a time in this game where they've had the ball and the score's tied or had the lead. Every time they've had the ball, they've been trailing. 2nd and 4, 5-wide set for Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. Looks like we're going to get a 2-corner blitz. They back off the blitz. Hurts throws to the right side. It's complete to Devontae Smith, and he is dragged down by Kenneth Murray, but not before getting into the 47-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for Philadelphia. As I said, considering that Jalen Carter's been thrown out of the game, you get the feeling that this is going to be a high-scoring affair. 1st and 10 of the 46. 4-wide set for Jalen Hurts now in the pistol. Saquon Barkley is behind him. The handoff goes to Barkley. He breaks one tackle, looks to get an alley, but he's taken down at midfield. It's a 4-yard pickup. And making the tackle on that play for the Cowboys is number 54, Sam Williams. 2nd and 6. And they used it, and it looked like Saquon Barkley was going to be dropped for a loss by Osa Ojigawoha on the play after Cam Jurgens missed his block. 2nd and 6. From the 49-yard line, Hurts in the shotgun, 4-wide set. He goes back to throw. Here comes some pressure. He throws it to the outside. It's complete to Dallas Goedert, but the tackle is made immediately. And once again, it's Kenneth Murray who's been flying over the place. So far in the first half, it'll be 3rd and 3 for the Eagles. And a lot of people anticipated the Cowboys getting blown out with all the trauma placed upon them the last couple of weeks, but anytime a team is in a situation where there's nothing they can do that could get bad, the world be damned. And so far, the Cowboys have that us against the world mentality. 3rd and 3 at the 46. Hurts in a bunch set in the shotgun. Saquon to the right side. He brings them in motion. Hurts looking. Throws over to the middle. It's complete. Down to the 39-yard line. The catch is made by Dallas Goedert. A 7-yard gain and another first down for the Eagles. They had all 3 tight ends on the play. Goddard, Grant Calcaterra, and Kylan Granson. And there's Kevin Patullo, who's succeeding Kellen Moore as the offensive coordinator of the Eagles. And where was Kellen Moore before he got to Philly? The Dallas Cowboys. So that had to sting Cowboy fans watching them win the Super Bowl last year. First and 10 of the 39. Calcaterra goes in motion. They fake it to Barkley. Hurts rolls to his right, keeps his eyes downfield. It is complete to Granson on the left. On the right side, it's a 2-yard gain, and it'll be 2nd and 8. Usually on a play like that, Hurts would take his chance downfield, but he did the wise thing and dumped it off to his number 3 tight end. That's maturity from Jalen Hurts' perspective. He's playing the smart game. He's not taking his chances down the field, even with guys like Jahan Dotson, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown. 2nd and 9 at the 38. Hurts goes back to throw. Looks to the right side. Now he rolls to his left. He's got an open hole. No flag on the play. And he's going to get the first down and take it to the 29-yard line. And the entire Cowboys sideline was begging for a holding penalty. They weren't going to call it. And let's see. Jordan Mailata was all over Donovan Izaraku. And you could tell that Dallas sideline like, throw the flag. Well, I think that was the makeup call for the PI call that went against Quinion Mitchell on George Pickens. First and 10 of the 29. Hurts it in the I formation. Hand off to Saquon up the right side. And he's going to take it down to the 25-yard line. And he nearly got stripped by Sam Williams. And Williams was like, I want to strip the ball out of his hands. Instead, Barkley is able to hold on to the ball, pick up 4, and it'll be 2nd and 6. You just get the feeling with Saquon Barkley that sooner or later he might break a big one. Although the Cowboys have made the Eagles earn their yardage. 2nd and 6 on the 25. 2 tight end set for Jalen Hurts. The handoff goes to Shipley up the middle, and he's going to gain a yard down to the 24-yard line. It's going to bring up 3rd and 5. Look at this. 585-pound max deadlift for Saquon Barkley. What a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Woohoo! We are Penn State. So it's 3rd and 5 for the Eagles at the Dallas 24. Hurts in the shotgun, a 4-wide set. Shipley to his left. Cowboys showing 6 in the box. Hurts goes back to throw. Scans the field. Has to roll to his left. He takes off. He's going to run. Is he going to get the first down? He gets out of a tackle, and down he goes at the 9-yard line. Jalen Hurts ducking, weaving, and bobbing, and well, I don't know what it is, but Merrill Reese is like faking and ducking and weaving and bobbing. I don't know how he did it, but somehow, miraculously, I think we're looking at Plastic Man. Look at this. The Cowboys have him dead to rights, and he's just rumbling his way out of pressure, and he gains 16. 1st and goal at the 9. Barkley's now back in the game as Hurts has a shotgun set with a bunch set on the left side. Handoff goes to Saquon. He looks to try and get a hole, but he can't get much. He's going to gain a yard, maybe 2, and it'll be 2nd and goal at the 8-yard line. Cowboys are running the same game plan that Kansas City ran in the Super Bowl. They're like, if you're going to beat us, Philly, it's not going to be because of Saquon. It's going to be because of Jalen Hurts. And the Eagles are the definition of a pick-your-poison kind of team. If you shut one of their weapons down, they've got others. So, 2nd and goal at the 8. 3 wide out set for Hurts in the shotgun. Barkley to the right side. Back to throw goes Hurts. Looking. He's trying to get an opening. He's going to take off again. Nobody's near him. Is he going to get there? He's got another touchdown. Jalen Hurts is killing the Cowboys with his feet. Oh, doctor. Two drives, 2 touchdowns for the Cowboys. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns for the Eagles. Boy, what a fun night this has been so far. So Jalen Hurts has his 2nd rushing touchdown of the game. And if I'm Brian Schottenheimer, I'm putting a quarterback spy out there the next time Philly has the ball. Jake Elliott on for the extra point, and it's right down the middle. It is 14-14. Man, I miss watching football. This is the kind of game that, the teenage football fan would dream about. A lot of scoring, A lot of confused defenses, a lot of excitement. Personally, I don't like it because I am a believer of the offense sells tickets, the defense wins championships. But at this time of the year, you got to have some offense because it's warm outside and you got to take advantage of the warm months. Because once that weather starts getting cold, you got to have a defense, you got to have a running game, and you got to have a strong offensive and defensive line play, and you also have to win the turnover battle. Like now you can get away with it. You can get away with trying to run up the scoreboard. But once that season goes on, you got to play defense. You just have to play defense. And that's the concern surrounding them Cowboys. My gosh. Woo. So in other news in college football, the Arch Manning sweepstakes begin. And it began on a sour note. Let me put it this way. How do you let a Matt Patricia coach defense absolutely rip you into shreds? I get Ohio State is the best team money can buy. And I know their NIL department is something that plenty of teams around the nation would kill for. And they keep shuffling players and not missing a beat like it's no tomorrow. But seriously, you let Matt Patricia do that to you, Arch Manning. I know a lot of people give James Franklin beef for not beating big-time opponents, but we need to use the same crap for Steve Sarkisian. Because I think Sarkisian's even worse than Franklin because Penn State at least has the issue of not being able to out-recruit Ohio State and Michigan, for example. But Texas is supposed to be the class of college football, and they can't get over the hump. And everyone's like, but it's the SEC. The only reason they were number one in the nation was because of SEC bias. Oh, and look at the statistic. The Eagles have the number one defense in the league in terms of yards allowed. 10 players lost on defense last year, most by a defending Super Bowl champion, but most of those guys were backups. But they do have the youngest defense in football. Kickoff goes to Devontae Turpin. He fields it at the 10 to the 15 to the 20, and he breaks a tackle and gets his way down to the 31-yard line. So with Jalen Carter out of the game, Dak Prescott was like, I'm taking advantage of this man being sent to the locker room. Well, he also was sent to the jail cell at Lincoln Financial Field, or maybe the old jail cell at Veterans Stadium is still up there. I don't know where that is. Must be dug deep in that parking lot. Anyways, 1st and 10 for the Cowboys at their own 31-yard line. Tolbert goes in motion. Prescott under center. The fake to Miles Sanders. Prescott rolls. It's complete out into the left side. And making the catch on that play was Jake Ferguson, but he doesn't go really anywhere as Reed Blankenship, a.k.a. Blanken Coverage, making the tackle. It's a 3-yard gain. So Dak Prescott, just like Jalen Hurts, hasn't taken many chances down the field. He's just playing the smart game, and I like it. 2nd and 7 from the 34. 3 wide set for Prescott. He's in the gun. Miles Sanders to his right. Prescott throws to the outside. It's caught by Devontae Turpin, and he gets his way to midfield. And once again, Prescott is taking his chances at Adoree Jackson. Do you think Philly misses Darius Slay? I have a feeling they do. So Prescott is 7 of 8 for 98 yards to start the ball game. 1st and 10 at midfield. And it looks like the Cowboys are going to call a timeout. That has got to, as I said, that has got to be, honestly, the Cowboys calling a timeout, in my opinion, is a relief for Vic Fangio and the Eagles defense because Dak Prescott has absolutely come out firing in this game. And what's his solution? Where's number 8? Where's number 8? Whoever he's guarding, I'm going right at him. Well, Philly's always been known for having whipping boys, and if they lose this game, the whipping boy is going to be that man. But it's still early. It's still early in this game, and you just get the feeling that as the game goes on, the Eagles, the more talented team, should win. But right now, Brian Schottenheimer has that us against the world mentality. And, think about this. When you looked at the NBC game picks for this game, all 9 pundits picked the Eagles to beat the Cowboys. I mean, the Cowboys were like, when they saw that graphic come up, they were like, we've got them now. Yeah, I feel like if Dallas wins this game, Cowboys Nation is going to not only be insufferable, but they're going to meme every single NBC pundit to death. That's the price you pay when. But I get why they picked the Eagles. They're the defending champions. They're at home. They haven't lost a home game to the Cowboys in 4 years. But it's a new day. But here's the turning point so far in this game was the fact that Jalen Carter got ejected. Yep. And my friends who are Eagles fans, especially those at Penn State, they got to be thinking to themselves, what the heck is going on? McKenna, I know you're thinking what the heck is going on, especially considering that Carter's out of the game and they're going after their prized offseason acquisition. Yep. This is going to be a dogfight. 1st and 10 at midfield. Eagles showing a 6-man front, Cowboys in a 2-tight end set. Prescott under center, Miles Sanders is behind him. He brings CeeDee Lamb in motion. They hand it to Sanders off the right side. He is stopped immediately by Nolan Smith near the line of scrimmage. And it looked for a second as if Sanders may break one into the open field, but not that time. Penalty marker down, and it looks like it's against the Cowboys. Another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on the Eagles. And this one is against Nolan Smith for taunting. Let's see what he did. That's a great play, but what does he do? He's just flexing him. He's not. He's like, what? How is that taunting? 1st and 10 for the Cowboys at the 35. Prescott under center. They fake it to Miles Sanders. He scans the secondary. He gets out of a sack, keeps his eyes downfield. He's going to take off and run. And he told Jalen Hurts, I can do this just as well as you can. Gain of 4, 2nd and 6. But back to what I was saying. Anytime, I don't get why that was a taunting penalty. I get he's like, I'm like, that's a clean play, but the Eagles already have 5 penalties for 68 yards. We all know what's going on. I feel, why does Roger Goodell want to give Jerry Jones all the false hope in the world? 2nd and 7 at the 32. Prescott, hand off to Kevontae Turpin, and Turpin is going to get his way to the 27-yard line. That is an interesting wrinkle I see right there from Brian Schottenheimer. He uses Turpin as the running back rather than a receiver on the play, and he gets 5 yards. And Turpin isn't just a receiver or kick returner. He can also be used as a runner. So it's 3rd and 2 now for Dallas at the Philly 27-yard line. 4 wide set for Dak Prescott in the shotgun. Javonte Williams now back in the game. And the handoff goes to Javonte Williams, and he looked like he was going to get stopped behind the line of scrimmage. He made a nice cutback move and gained 5 yards and another first down for the Cowboys. So 9 carries for 38 yards and 2 touchdowns for Williams. He made, as I said, those aren't gaudy numbers, but in a game like this, you'll take what's given to you. 1st and 10, 23-yard line. Prescott in the shotgun. He's changing his plays at the line of scrimmage. The Eagles right now showing a 4-man front of the line of scrimmage with 6 in the box. Prescott throws over to the outside. It is complete to CeeDee Lamb, and Reed Blankenship says it hit the ground. The field judge agrees with him. It's incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10. Let's see. I don't think that's a catch. But once again, they're targeting Adoree Jackson. Yep, get ready to run Philadelphia lore, Adoree, because now if they lose this game, they're gonna blame it on you. 2nd and 10 of the 23. Prescott goes back to throw. He throws it to the left side. It is incomplete. Is it intercepted? It is almost picked off. A diving attempt by Byron Young is to no avail. That would have been SportsCenter top 10 written all over it. Oh, he had it. Oh, that would have been an awesome play. He could have gotten big guy interception. Big guy interception and on a diving catch. 3rd and 10 for the Cowboys at the Philly 23. Prescott on the shotgun, a 4 wide set 3 on the right side. Prescott looking, takes a shot to the end zone. It is going to be incomplete. Is there a penalty on the field? No, there is not. It was intended for George Pickens, coverage by Quinyon Mitchell. Cowboys fans are going to want a flag, but that was not a catchable ball. Yeah, not a catchable ball. So it looks like Brandon Aubrey now will come out and try a 41-yard field goal from the left hash. Here's the snap. The hold, the kick, it's on its way. It's up, and it is dead center. So the Cowboys retake the lead at 17-14. They have scored on all 3 of their opening drives to start the game. But opportunity has knocked for the Eagles. Not only do they have the opportunity to score a touchdown and get the lead before halftime, but they get the ball to start the second half. Urinating through this second. The theme from Dallas, that popular TV show from the 80s. Picture team defense in this game. It's like security letting people get through the turnstiles easily. I feel like the NFL is like, who needs defense today? It's all about offense. It won't be this way in December, I guarantee you that. Cowboys rushing 4 and aren't succeeding. They could really try training for someone like Micah Parsons to help out their pass rush. Well, they aren't succeeding because they aren't using a quarterback spy. That's what I think is happening. Like, they're getting pressure on Hurts. It's just they haven't used the spy to try and contain him. Jalen Carter getting lolcow of the week. Cowboys win this game. Jalen Carter's lolcow of the week. All right, back at Lincoln Financial Field, Cowboys with a 17-14 lead over the Eagles with 2:34 remaining in the first half. Now let's see what the Birds can do now that they have a chance to take the lead for the first time in this game. And the kick is fielded by Shipley, and he gets hammered. He dropped the kick initially, but he was drilled on that play by Loyafu, who was called for that personal foul penalty earlier in the game. So here's Jalen Hurts on scramble runs. 5 carries for 43 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns. That ties a career high in the regular season, although he's had 3 in the playoffs before. So, tee-hee. Now the Eagles have the chance to try and take their first lead of the night. 1st and 10 of the 19-yard line. Hurts in the shotgun, a 3-wide set. Saquon is the back to his right. Cowboys showing 5 men at the front of the line of scrimmage, 7 in the box. Handoff goes to Barkley up the left side. He's looking for an opening but can't get it. He is able to pick up 4 yards on the play, and that'll make it 2nd and 6. And this most likely will take us to the 2-minute warning. So far, this is everything we thought it was going to be. And I'm saying that sarcastically. Most people are going to say, this shouldn't be a blowout for the Eagles. Well, the Cowboys have one of the best offenses in football. And Jalen Carter's on the verge of being lolcow of the week. Well, they're going to blame Jalen. If Dallas ends up winning this game, they should blame Jalen Carter, but the real blame is going to be Adoree Jackson. I know some people are going to accuse me for what I said, but like, you're an Eagles gear. You shouldn't be praising the Cowboys. Well, here's the thing. As a broadcaster, you're trying to be neutral. Like, when I'm not streaming Ravens games during the NFL season this year, I'm going to do everything I can to be absolutely as neutral as I can be. Look at tomorrow night, for example. The Chiefs-Chargers game in Brazil, I'm planning to live stream that game the same way I'm doing so tonight, which is being heavily neutral. And I learned that lesson from this past summer when I was a play-by-play announcer for the Sand Hills Bogies. Because, early on, I was incredibly neutral. But once I recognized that the Bogies had a chance to try and win another championship, I kind of got a little bit biased as the season went on. And by the end of the season, I was totally biased. But, I didn't want to be in that situation, but it just happened to be that way. Stuff like that happens. And, you just got to live with it. But the one person I must add that made the decision to try and bring me on board for the Bogies was General Manager Jay Francis, by the way. Shout out. He had worked for WBAL in Baltimore in the 90s and was the producer for ESPN for 20 years. And I know some people in the Bogies didn't necessarily agree with him, mostly public address announcer Aiden Begon and one of my producers, Justin Bradford. But I will say this. If not for Jay Francis, I would not have been the play-by-play announcer for the Bogies last year, because he saw something in me that not a lot of people around the league saw. And he said, we need this guy to call games for us because he has a lot of passion, and also he's got the savvy to back it up. And I really appreciate him for doing that. So, Jay, if you're somehow watching this, you're the man. But back in Philadelphia, right out of the 2-minute warning. The Cowboys holding on to a 3-point lead near the end of the first half, but the Eagles are trying to go 2 for 1 right here. 2nd and 6 for the Birds at their own 23. 4 wide set for Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. He brings Devontae Smith in motion. Four-man front for the Cowboys. Hurts, looking, rolling to his left. He's going to keep his eyes downfield, throw it, incomplete. So now Brian Schottenheimer uses the quarterback spy. Well, he didn't use it in the first two possessions of the game, and now he must have taken my advice. And there's the preview for the Sunday night game. It's the Ravens and the Bills. I will be live streaming that game on Sunday night, along with my good friend Owen Klein, who I did the live stream for the NFL Draft with, a diehard Bills fan. He and I are going to have a ball that night. 3rd and 6 from the 23. 4 wide set for Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. Cowboys showing 7 men in the box. Hurts looking. He's going to take a deep shot down the field, and it's going to be complete to Jahan Dotson. He's down to the 27-yard line. The former Nittany Lion hauls in the bomb. And it is a gain of 50 yards. And on that play, he beat number 20, Khalil Elam, the former Bill. Now they get set at the 26. Hurts goes back to throw. He throws a dump off to Barkley, and he dropped it. Saquon tried to turn into a runner, but he didn't keep his eyes on the ball, and it's 2nd and 10. What a pass that was from Jalen Hurts to Jahan Dotson. He hadn't taken a deep shot like that down the field all game, and then boom, he throws a 50-yard bomb. Punch, counter punch. It's been that kind of game for both teams. 2nd and 10 of the 24. Hurts goes back to throw. He throws it out to Barkley, and it's going to be complete. He gets out of a tackle, and he's down to about the 19-yard line. It's an 8-yard gain for Saquon, and it'll be 3rd and short coming up. So just like what Dak Prescott has done with Adoree Jackson, Jalen Hurts sees wherever Khalil Elam's on the field and says, I'm going right after you. The Eagles are 4 for 4 on 3rd downs tonight. Can they make it 5 for 5 right here? 3rd and 2 for the Eagles at the 17-yard line. 5 wide out set for Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. Cowboys bring 4. Hurts throws it out to the outside, and it's going to be complete to Barkley. He keeps the toes in bounds, and it's a 1st down. What a catch that was. That was not an easy play, and he made up for the drop just a few plays earlier. Oh, and there's the Cowboys defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus, who was fired midseason last year by the Chicago Bears, and he's one of those guys that I think is a better coordinator than a coach. Some guys aren't meant to be head coaches, and I just felt like it was that way for him. So 1st and 10 Eagles. 3 wide out set to the right side for Jalen Hurts. He's in the shotgun. He takes the snap, looks over the middle, takes off and runs. Can he get to the outside? He does, and he'll be knocked out of bounds at the 10-yard line. And are we going to get a penalty? I don't think we are, because Hurts' momentum was tumbling towards the out-of-bounds area, and he knocked over one of the camera guys. Let's see. Yeah, that's not a penalty. Even though Eagles fans are going to want that to be a penalty against number 18, Damon Clark, the outside linebacker, they're like, nah. 56 seconds remaining in the half. 2nd and 5 for the Eagles. At the 10-yard line of Dallas. Hurts in the shotgun. 3 wide set, handoff goes to Saquon Barkley. He cuts up the middle, breaks the tackle, goes into the end zone. Touchdown, Eagles! So Saquon Barkley scores his first touchdown of the season as the Eagles go 81 yards in 8 plays and take a 20-17 lead pending the extra points. Great blocking from perhaps the best offensive line in football, and he just pounded it down their throats on that drive. So Jake Elliott on for the extra point, and the kick is right between the sticks. It is 21-17 in favor of the Eagles. What a gutsy drive by the Eagles. It looked like as if the Cowboys were going to force a 3-and-out, and then Jalen Hurts fouls up a bomb to Devontae Smith, and then Saquon does the rest a few plays later. So 6 possessions into this game for both teams. All 6 have ended in scores. 2 touchdowns and a field goal for the Cowboys, 3 touchdowns for the Eagles. Cowboys have to get a score right here before the half because the Eagles get ball to start the second half. Probably going to take a voice break at halftime and just let it sink in. But honestly, though, I'm saying a lot. So what can I do? What can I do? Yep. Just when I said that the Cowboys should bring a quarterback spy on Jalen Hurts does the one thing that the Cowboy defense didn't expect, and that was throw an absolute deep shot to Jahan Dotson. And I feel like this year the Eagles will get Dotson more involved because you have to remember, they traded for him just before the season began last year. So he was still learning the offense, but now I feel like he's really going to start to come into his own. And he was a really good receiver at Penn State because think about this. Him, Devontae Smith, and A.J. Brown, if Dotson turns back the clock to 2021 at Penn State, you've got arguably the best receiving trio in the game. The best team money can buy. Yippee-ki-yay, mamacita. Oh, boy. We're probably going to go over some games. So we're probably going to go over the NFC slate of games later in the second half, and with me saying that, we'll probably go over the AFC slate of games tomorrow. We're not doing many game recaps tonight because obviously we're doing a stream tomorrow as well. So we got to, as I said, we got to make sure that we've got a balanced attack. So back at Lincoln Financial Field, Eagles with a 21-17 lead with 51 seconds to go. And the kick is fielded by Cavante Turpin. And he was pinned in his own territory, and he's going to be down all the way back at the 10-yard line. He dropped the kickoff, but couldn't go anywhere further, and now there's going to be more pushing and shoving. Just great. First and 10 Cowboys at their own 12. 44 seconds remaining. They've got 2 timeouts. Prescott, a 4-wide set on the shotgun. Javonte Williams is to his right. Prescott goes back to throw. He throws it to the outside, and it's incomplete. Flagged out on the field. They were looking for CeeDee Lamb, and the penalty is going to be called against number 23, Jacorian Bennett. Make that 7 penalties on the Eagles in the first half. And my guess is the NFL is punishing them for ruining the Eras Tour. Well, they created that monster, I tell you. First and 10 of the 21. Ferguson in motion. Prescott a 3-wide set to the right. He goes back to throw. Stands in the pocket. Throws it out is complete to Ferguson. Penalty marker on the field once again. Clock stops with 34 seconds to go. And the indication of this penalty is going to be roughing the passer against the Eagles. Make that 8 penalties, 7 of them being accepted. And that's a second 15-yarder on Nolan Smith. Yep, that is textbook roughing the passer. He grabs Dak right by the face mask. First and 10 now at the 41. Prescott in the shotgun, a 4-wide set. Eagles showing 6 men in the box. Dak trying to change his plays in the line of scrimmage. Yeah, here we go. Eagles bring 4. Prescott looking, throws it to the outside. It's complete to Ferguson, but he's not going to make it out of bounds, but that'll force Schottenheimer to call a timeout. Clock is stopped with 27 seconds to go. And they aren't too far from field goal range because Brandon Aubrey now is the strongest leg in football. Especially now that Justin Tucker is no longer with the Ravens due to reasons that shall not be mentioned. There's still bubbles flying from the bubble machine. By the way, I got a new wrinkle. New bubbling machine. Instead of the Cookie Monster bubbling machines, we've got a big one that blows blows hundreds of bubbles out at once. So it's definitely been used a lot tonight. 2nd and 6 in the 45. Prescott goes back to throw. Eagles show a 4-man rush. Prescott dumps it out. It's complete to Jalen Tolbert, and he is out of bounds at the 56-yard line. He was stopped on that play by White Boy Summer Cooper DeJean. Clock stops with 20 seconds to go. Cowboys are 1 completion away from getting into field goal range. If I'm Dallas, I definitely try to look for one over the middle and get one into field goal range. So 3rd and 5 at the 46. Prescott a 4-wide set in the shotgun. Devontae Williams to his left. Eagles show 4-man front. Prescott looking over the middle. It's complete to George Pickens. He juggled it but held on to it at the last second. And the Cowboys are going to call a timeout with 8 seconds to go. And Prescott doesn't like the sound of it because Pickens wanted to go up there and spike the ball, but what he should have done was just not do anything and just let the clock run down to 3 seconds. So clock stops at 15 seconds. What are the Cowboys doing? They're just, if one of their guys gets tackled in bounds, half is over and they get no points. This is incredibly gutsy. And if I'm the Cowboys, I have to use the sideline. And now Nick Sirianni is going to call a timeout. This is just wonderful. This is just wonderful. And look at Prescott on the sideline, keeping his guys upbeat despite the fact that the Cowboys defense has gotten shredded by the Eagles. This game is probably going to be a recurring theme for Dallas this year. They can score with almost anybody in the league, but the problem is they're going to have trouble defensively. 1st and 10 of the 45-yard line. Prescott in the shotgun, a 4-wide set. Eagles bring 5. Prescott throw. What are they doing? Why aren't they going to the sidelines? Oh, what is this? This is a kamikaze, just like the playoff game. And it's offside on the Eagles. Offside on the Eagles. The officials don't call it, but Prescott is able to spike the ball in time with 3 seconds left. And Brandon Aubrey now comes onto the field to try and make this a 1-point game going into the half. So it'll be a 53-yard field goal from the right hash mark. Kicking towards the north end zone. And Sirianni is going to call a timeout to try and ice them. So the Eagles will get the ball to start the second half, and they will be leading. The question is, will it be by 4 points or will it be by 1 point? "53-yard attempt for Aubrey. Here's the snap. The hold, the kick, it's on its way. It's up, and it is good. From 53, knocks it down, and the Cowboys make it a 21-20 game at the half. 41 combined points in the first half between what looks to be two of the highest scoring offenses in football this season. But as, like I said just a few moments ago, this is going to be a common theme for Dallas this year. They're going to be in a lot of high-scoring games. And I know everyone's going to say, oh, the Cowboys are going to be taking that if they change positions. I'm like, not necessarily. I'm like, they still have the offensive firepower to keep up with some of the top teams. The issue is going to be defense. Anyways, that's the end of the first half, and I need to take a break, voice-wise. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The second half is about to get underway in Philadelphia. The Eagles lead the Cowboys 21-20, and they will be getting the ball to start the second half. Before I go any further, I'd like to give a big shout out to 360 Sports, Penn State's version of First Take. First show for that series will start up again next week. On Mondays, it will probably be NFL football. Tuesdays, college football. Wednesdays, MLB. And Thursdays, the Frenzy. So make sure you guys tune in to that if you get the chance. So I will put the link in the description right now. So here you go. Anyways, Cowboys' first game with 2 rushing touchdowns between the tackles since 2022. Jalen Hurts becomes the first Super Bowl MVP to score 2 touchdowns in the first half of the following season opener. What's funny is that Peyton Manning, when he threw 7 touchdowns against us in the Peter Angelos game, most of them came in the second half. All right, so it looks like the Cowboys will be kicking off as Brandon Aubrey kicks it away. It is going to be fielded around the 8 to the 10 to the 15 to the 20. And the return will be made to around the 28-yard line. And that was John Mechie on the return for the Eagles, who they acquired from the Houston Texans. So there is Nick Sirianni, who has led at halftime in each of the last 12 games dating back to last year. The only game they lost during that stretch was Week 16 at Washington. But there was an asterisk. Jalen Hurts was knocked out of the game, and Kenny Pickett was forced to finish the game for the Eagles. First and 10 of the 28-yard line. Bunch set for Hurts to his right. He's in the shotgun. They fake it to Barkley. Hurts rolling to his right, throws it. It's complete to Dallas Goedert, and he's taken down at about the 33-yard line. It's a 5-yard gain, and it'll be second and 5. Making the tackle for the Cowboys is Jack Sanborn, number 57, the middle linebacker. And Dallas Goedert, that is, I believe, his 4th catch of the game. And most of them have been dump-offs, which makes sense. Second and 5 from the 33. 2 tight ends set for Hurts. He's in the gun. He's going to bring in Devontae Smith in motion. They fake it to Barkley. Hurts throws it out, and it's complete to Goedert once again. Another dump-off, another completion, and it'll move the chains for Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts is doing a great job managing this game. He's not outside of the bomb he threw to Dotson. He hasn't really taken many chances down the field. He's just playing it short and safe. 11 of 13 for 104 yards passing. Play fake. Hurts rolls out, throws it, is complete to Devontae Smith, but Kyrie Elam was just waiting for him. He decks him for a gain of 2, and it'll be second and 8. One of my favorite colleagues at Penn State, McKenna Kerr, was telling me at halftime that I'm nervous because Jalen Carter's out of the game. I said, don't you worry, because Dallas's defense is their Achilles heel. And it's probably going to show it's probably going to show itself in the second half. Second and 7 from the 42-yard line. Hurts in the pistol formation. Saquon Barkley is behind him. They bring Mechie in motion. The handoff goes to Saquon up the left side. He's able to cut it into the open clear. He's dragging Cowboys down to the 47-yard line. And that's finally the first run of the game for Barkley, where he's able to get some semblance of breathing room outside of that toss play on their opening drive. You just get that feeling with this offensive line that sooner or later Barkley's going to rip a big one. If he does just that, I'm going to go bonkers. You're just waiting for that one card to get pulled away. First and 10 of the 46. Two tight ends set for Hurts. He's in the pistol. The handoff goes to A.J. Dillon, and Dillon is going to drag his way all the way down to the 37-yard line. It's a 9-yard pickup at his first carry as an Eagle, and it'll be 2nd and 1. He missed the entire 2024 season with a neck injury and signed a 1-year contract. He last played with the Green Bay Packers. So it is 2nd and 1 for the Eagles at the Dallas 37. Pistol formation for Jalen Hurts, a two tight end set. A.J. Brown goes in motion. The handoff goes to Dillon, and he is stopped immediately, but I think he's got enough for the first down. An interesting development in this game is that A.J. Brown has not made a catch at all. And Landon Dickerson is shaking up just a little bit. He was on the injury report for the Eagles going into this game, and he is holding that left hip. And let's just hope he's all right. He's made the Pro Bowl in each of his last 3 seasons. One of the best guards in the business. The handoff goes to Dillon, and he is stopped right at the line of scrimmage. Making the tackle on that play was Donovan Wilson, who timed that very well. He anticipated that it was going to be a handoff to A.J. Dillon, and he's like, I'm just going to stop it right here. No gain, 2nd and 10 coming up. I must say, Matt Eberflus, despite not having the talent on defense, he's going to do whatever he can with that unit. Because we know that Micah Parsons was such a big difference. But now we're going to see what happens without him. 2nd and 10 of the 36. Hurts in the gun, a 4 wide set. He goes back to throw. Here comes some pressure. He's going to have to escape, and he is sacked back at the 44-yard line. He was swarmed up by an army of Cowboy defenders, most notably Marshawn Nealon, number 94, drops him back at the 46-yard line, and it's going to be 3rd and long. And guess who created the pressure? It was the newcomer, Kenny Clark, number 95, working against Landon Dickerson. Nealon got the sack. Clark got the initial pressure. So it's 3rd and 18 now for the Eagles at the Dallas 44. Hurts goes back to throw. He has to get rid of it quickly. He nearly gets strip sack. It's complete to Jahan Dotson, and he's down to the 40-yard line. And now if you're Nick Sirianni, you've got a decision to make. Do you punt the ball, or do you try a 58-yard field goal with Jake Elliott? And it looks like on that play, Dante Fowler just missed getting to Jalen Hurts. So they are going to trot out Jake Elliott for a 58-yard field goal. Interesting move, but hey, they're in no man's land. Here's the snap. The hold, the kick, it's on its way. It's up. It's got a chance. Good. From 58 yards, Jake Elliott makes it 24-20 Philadelphia. That is not an easy kick right there, I tell you. Because kicking a 58-yard field goal on grass at that field, although Lincoln Financial Field is a much easier surface than M&T Bank Stadium. Because I'm telling you, and not to mention it's a north to south angle, and M&T's east to west. But Lincoln Financial Field is north to south. So if you're kicking it towards the south side of the stadium, you've got a good chance. And the wind is blowing towards the south. So, yes, Kylie, the Cowboys are holding their own. Thank you very much. This is the kind of game that defenses just don't want to play in. But both the Eagles and Cowboy defenses have really, taking matters into their own hands the last couple possessions. I mean, the Eagles, well, it's hard to say about the Eagles and that last possession in the first half because the Cowboys kicked the field goal right before the end of the half. But wait, that's not what's Engraven doing in this commercial? They got a new NFL commercial. Oh my gosh. I can't. I'm not gonna be. I can't watch that right now because I'd have to turn the audio on. But I'll probably do that for one of the games on Sunday. But what's our motto? Come on, ride the float. Hey, oh, that's the QCDs. This can't be anybody's here. But anyways, there's the Super Bowl ring of the two-time Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles. And I must say this. Ravens and Eagles fans have a lot in common. Their first Super Bowl victories, Justin Timberlake performed at halftime, and their second Super Bowl victory was in New Orleans. And not to mention Ray Lewis and Brian Dawkins, who both fan bases personify more than anybody, were inducted in the Hall of Fame the same year. So they have a lot in common. And Elliott's going to kick it downfield, and it's taken to the 10, to the 15, to the 20 by Jalen Tolbert. He's looking to cut across the other side of the field. He does so, but he's taken down by John Mechie at about the 29-yard line. So now the Cowboys offense will go back to work, but as I said, this is a situation where Dallas can really take advantage of a missed opportunity by the Eagles, because this is the second time they've had the ball when they've trailed, but Dak Prescott's looked very comfortable out there. 1st and 10, Cowboys at their own 29. Prescott under center, a bunch set to the left side. He brings Ferguson in motion. The handoff goes to Javonte Williams, and he's able to take it down to about the 35-yard line, and he runs into White Boy Summer, who makes the tackle at 2nd and 4. I knew the Cowboys defense was going to have problems with the Eagles offense, but the Eagles having problems with the Cowboys offense. But Jalen Carter's not playing. Yes, that's true, but Dallas, I think, is going to be a top 10 offensive unit this year. The only downside for them will be defense. 2nd down and 4. Counter trade to Javonte Williams, and he has stood up for a gain of 2 on the play. Making the tackle was Jordan Davis along with Byron Young, and it's going to be 3rd and 2 for Dallas. Clock now inside of 7.5 minutes to play in the third quarter. And good news for Eagles fans, Adoree Jackson is not on the field. Looks like the Eagles are putting their eggs in the basket of Jacorian Bennett. 3rd and 2 for the Cowboys. 2 tight ends set, Prescott under center. They pitch it out to Javonte Williams. Can he get to the outside? He can, and gets the 1st down. The second effort just gets him the 1st down. He was barely able to beat out Jalix Hunt and Zach Bond. Wow. "12 carries, 49 yards for Javonte Williams." As I said, the Cowboys have not been rattled by the situation one bit. If they're going down, they're going down swinging. 1st and 10 of the 40. Prescott in the shotgun. 3 wide set to the right. Dak looking. Takes a shot downfield, and it's going to be incomplete, broken up at the last second. It is the rookie Jahad Campbell out of Alabama who broke it up. And Sidney Brown's injured. Sidney Brown is down. The thing about Jahad Campbell is one of my colleagues at Penn State, Yesenia Marrero, shout out. She had an internship, I think was it last year with Jahad Campbell when he was at Alabama. So She, by the way, is Tyler Huntley's younger cousin. And speaking of Huntley, he's now in his third stint with the Baltimore Ravens. So with that being said, she had an internship with Jahad Campbell, and she was ballistic, even though she doesn't necessarily have a true team, but mostly the Ravens. But she was ballistic that the Eagles drafted him because at least he gets to be close by. And what's funny is that when that draft pick was announced, I got rated in the NFL live stream by none other than Kendall Skolicki, who is now the Flyers reporter the main reporter for Flyers.com. So she is missed on this campus since she graduated back in May. I know it. I can tell it with my own eyes. But yeah, her, McKenna, Jenna Westman, those three FaceTime. Well, Jenna didn't FaceTime me. She sent me a video of her and Jesenia after the Malachi Starks pick, which I saw. I was like, there you go. But the others, they FaceTime me at the end of the NFL draft stream, and I'm like, oh, and you got to finish up the end. So go ahead. But that was a fun night, I must say. But right now, that was a good play by Campbell, because if he doesn't get his hand in there and break that pass up, who knows? And that is probably the second or third deep opportunity that Dak Prescott has taken in this game. He rarely has taken his chances against this Eagles defense. What he's doing is he's playing it short and simple. Go after the weak links in the secondary and take advantage of it. And on the Tonight Show, they just showed a reference of the most famous play, and we haven't even seen it so far tonight. You know what it is? The brotherly shove, ladies and gentlemen. I don't understand why fans wanted to ban it so much. But anyways, back to the game. 2nd and 10 for the Cowboys. Turpin goes in motion. The handoff goes to Miles Sanders up the left side. He's able to break it in the open field. He's like Secretary at the Preakness. Down the stretch they come, and the former Eagle takes it deep into Philadelphia territory. It is a gain of 50 yards for Miles Sanders, and boy, how sweet it is. 1st and goal, Cowboys. Great blocking on that play by number 87, Jake Ferguson, along with Tyler Smith, the left guard. And he had an alley that probably Ezekiel Elliott could have ran through. Now it's 1st and 10, Dallas at the Philly 11. 2 running backs set for Dak Prescott. He's in the shotgun. He brings Ferguson in motion. The handoff goes back to Miles Sanders, and Sanders is going to take it down to the 8-yard line. It's a 3-yard gain, and we got a late penalty. And what is this? By the looks of it, it's against the Cowboys. Personal foul. Yep. Born in New Zealand in 1964. A hot-headed actor named Russell Crowe. He loves to act, but he loves one thing more. Fight round the world. Yep. George Pickens doing George Pickens things. 15-yard penalty. He fights his directors and he fights his fans. 1st and 22 for the Cowboys, back at the Philly 23. 5 wide set for Dak Prescott. He's in the shotgun. Eagles showing 5 men in the box. Prescott looks left now, fires it over the middle. It's going to be incomplete, intended for Jake Ferguson. Zach Bond in coverage. Prescott's going to want a penalty, but not happening. Second and 22 for the Cowboys now at the Philly 23. 3 wide out set for Prescott. He's in the shotgun. He brings CeeDee Lamb in motion. Prescott looks left, throws it out in the flat. It is incomplete. He tried to get it to Javonte Williams, but he couldn't make the catch, and it's 3rd and 22. The Pickens penalty is a killer. That is an absolute killer. Because the Cowboys were about to score, and then that happens. 3rd and 22 for Dallas at the Philly 23. Prescott in the shotgun, a 3 wide set to the right side. He goes back to throw. Has time, throws it to the end zone, and it's going to be incomplete. Flag in the end zone. Jake Ferguson got absolutely KO'd by Reed Blankenship, and there's going to be a 15-yard penalty against him. And now we got a fight going on. How many times have we said that tonight? This is absolute chaos. Call it all a cinema. Personal foul. 15-yard penalty against Reed Blankenship. Helmet to helmet. They're going to call that every time. 9th penalty of the game against the Eagles. What a break for the Cowboys. My goodness. Nine penalties, 8 of them accepted for 105 yards. 1st and 10 Cowboys back at the 11-yard line. Tolbert goes in motion. Handoff goes to Miles Sanders. He looks for an opening, and he's going to get very little. Oh, he lost the football. It's recovered by Guantanamo Bay. The Eagles have forced the first turnover of the night. And let's see if that ball comes out. That's out. That is a fumble. That is an absolute killer for the Dallas Cowboys. Wow. Unbelievable. Just win. First wake-up call of the year. There you freaking go. And it's funny because it had been this way for me the first week of the year last week. But that was such a huge play because that ball comes out. That ball absolutely comes out. And what a great TV show does. It tries to get you interested only to snap your legs off. That is such a Dallas troll job. Like, that is so Cowboys. Only the Cowboys have a 50-yard run by Miles Sanders. George Pickens gets called for a 15-yard penalty. Then Reed Blankenship absolutely lights up Jake Ferguson in the end zone. And then Miles Sanders fumbles on the very next play. How about them Cowboys? Oh my gosh. Social media is losing their mind. Well, that's, as I said, this is like only the Cowboys. Only the Cowboys could get a break like that and then fumble on the very next play. that is. I can't believe it. I can't believe what just happened. That is borderline insanity. And now all of a sudden we've got a weather problem in Philadelphia. This game couldn't get any more bonkers. It just did. And now we're in a weather delay. Freaking lovely. Whoa. That was an absolutely deserved fumble by the Cowboys, because that really. It's funny that the same person that told me to keep it down was role reversal, because it was the other way around a couple weeks ago. But now we're going into a weather delay. That's that the gods are ticked at Jerry Jones. The gods are absolutely ticked at Jerry Jones. And with that being said, we're going to step aside until this gets cleared up. Oh, goodness. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Weather delay in the third quarter. Football is back, baby. There you go. I'm absolutely speechless. This is the best way you could ever imagine the start of football season. Oh my God. So we just got an update right now from NBC. They said that 11:15 p.m. is when they think the lightning is going to clear. So means the game could resume at about 11:30 p.m. Eastern. Oh my God, we're really gonna have to play Mamma Mia music tonight, aren't we? We really. Oh God, it's getting towards "Give Me a Man After Midnight" territory now. I mean, that's what it would have been if the Penn State BU game in the Frozen Four went into overtime. They definitely would have played. Knowing Rodney Martin and the PA system there, they would have played Mamma Mia music at Pagula during that watch party. I can justify with that. But anyways, oh boy, it's gonna be a long night, I tell you. Gods were not only ticked off of this game, but they were also ticking me off and waking one of my hallmates. But it's funny because that person woke me up a couple times last week when I was trying because there's one night I went to bed at like 10:30 and then she was watching Netflix and it woke me up. I was like, shh. Poetic justice. Totally poetic justice. But man, I got probably I need All right, so after about an hour, close to an hour rain delay in Philadelphia, we're just about set to get back as the Cowboys have left their locker room and are headed towards the field of play. So, from what I'm reading, warm-ups resume at 11:15 p.m. Eastern Time. The game will resume at 11:30, which, oh boy, this is gonna be some fish. If this game wasn't already bonkers, oh boy. I mean, what a crazy sequence we had before the weather delay. 50-yard run by Miles Sanders. George Pickens gets called for a 15-yard penalty. Then the helmet-to-helmet hit by Reed Blankenship. And then Miles Sanders fumbles. And then all of a sudden, we go into a weather delay. And now the Eagles have just left their locker room, and here they come back onto the field. Yep. Your injury is probably going to make this the greatest game. At this point, obviously go ahead. If I'm him, I'm making this the greatest game because right now, all the evidence I need. All the evidence I need as to why this should be a greatest game can best be symbolized in a single term. Yeah, the Cowboys are about set to take the field. Now I know I've got class at 9 a.m. in the morning, but honestly, though, I don't care because it's opening night and this is what you wanted. And both teams have just taken the field. Yeah, this is as I said, this is the second time that the Cowboys have been in a weather delay in the past year, because last year when they were in Pittsburgh for a Sunday night game in Week 5, that was delayed an hour and a half to start the game. This is happening in the third quarter. And what's going to happen is it'll be 1st and 10 for the Eagles at their own 12-yard line after Quinion Mitchell recovered a fumble by Miles Sanders. So you just get the feeling that something crazy is going to happen. 24-20 Philadelphia, they have the ball, and oh boy, football gods this is going to be fun. This is going to be a fun ending, I tell you. Oh my goodness. Yep. If the Cowboys end up coming back and winning this game, oh my goodness. Ball never lied. I have a feeling there's going to be an interception return for a touchdown at some point. Knowing my luck, we're getting one. Yeah, knowing my luck, we're getting an interception return for a touchdown later in this game. Either way, Cowboys or Eagles, there's probably going to be one. And if there is, oh my God, I'm going to look like a genius. So A.J. Brown has not had a catch in this game. I mean, the Cowboys have done a good job limiting him. I mean, Trayvon Diggs has done a good job against him. The problem is Jahan Dotson's had a couple big catches, and Cowboys have really had issues stopping the run. But that was a lot of them were on quarterback scrambles. They've done a good job against Saquon. It's just they didn't have a quarterback spy out there to stop Jalen Hurts. Well, Wells Fargo Center, as you can see, why is Wells Fargo lit up in purple? Well, it's not Wells Fargo anymore. It's the Xfinity Center, which which that'll probably be the name of the new building that's going to be up there in 2030 once the WNBA team for Philadelphia comes. Yup. This is why we love football season so much. Everything. Yes. Yes, there will be Mamma Mia music, McKenna. Thank you very much. It's going to be that kind of game towards the end. And they even got a timer for when the game resumes at Lincoln Financial Field. Not bad. Not bad. This is some way to kickstart a season. Because last year, if we recall, there was a weather delay in Kansas City for the Ravens-Chiefs game, which delayed that game for about a half hour, but it didn't really, do much. But what is it with opening night games and weather delays? I don't get that logic. I just don't. But I'm so excited that we got football back once again. Holy cow. So in the context of the Jalen Carter situation early in the game, according to two people with knowledge of the ordeal, Dak Prescott spit on the ground in the general facility of the Eagles' defensive huddle. Carter thought it was hostile, while Prescott was explaining it wasn't. Carter split back. I'll take that sound like boop boop for $500. Gods wanted to appease Jerry Jones, didn't they? I mean, after that fumble, they must have said, we've had enough. The story of this game is going to be absolutely ballistic tomorrow. I mean, this game is absolutely going to dominate First Take, Get Up on ESPN. First things first. And, First Things First is the only show on Fox that's still going. Look at Sean Young in the front row, number 59. He's been a long time diehard. He's like, what? He's like, what are we getting into? I was always wondering where Sean Young has been because he's been quote unquote the most vocal and notorious Eagle fan. Yet we haven't seen him much. We haven't seen him much on camera as of late, but I'm so glad that they're showing him. He's got the face painted half white and the face painted half green. He was a normally reserved garbage man, as they called it on Comcast Sportsnet Philly at the time, which is now NBCSN Philly. But one of the best sports fans in the business in that town. But this is going to be some finish. And I hope I don't get yelled at again. Because if I do, there's going to be problems. Big problems. Now the question is, oh my gosh. How long have I been doing this stream? 3.5 hours. It's been dead silent. It's been dead silent for like an hour. Yeah, because the game was delayed almost an hour. Oh boy. Man. About to lose my mind. There's Reed Blankenship, who was accused of the 15-yard penalty, which everyone's like, how's that a penalty? Yeah, we're probably playing the Mamma Mia music at some point in this live stream. Probably once it gets, because this game's going past midnight. This game is absolutely going past midnight. This game is probably like during one of the TV timeouts in the fourth quarter that we're going to have that queued up. And rightfully so, because this is one of those rare games in the NFL where sometimes you just can't explain. It's like speechless. Totally speechless. Yep. You know what's coming. This is going to be some kind of game towards the end. Holy cow. Mm. There's Jalen Hurts getting warmed up out there. He looked really, I mean, both quarterbacks have looked really good tonight. It's just unfortunately, like this game could come down to who made the most mistakes, and the team that's made the most mistakes happened to be the Cowboys. I mean, the Miles Sanders fumble is going to prove costly. That absolutely is going to prove costly because, although if not for Dak Prescott, Quinyon Mitchell's gone. Which team is going to seize the moment coming out of the weather delay? We're about to find out. Oh boy. Yeah, I've definitely calmed my voice down a little bit, and obviously because it's late at night, I don't want to wake anybody up. But just having to sit through all this, it's just tough because the game should be over right now, and I should be doing like a recap and stuff like that. But for this game, it's not going to be over for another hour, at least another hour. But it's probably going to be one more commercial break, and then we're going to jump right back into the game. Yeah. My objective is not to try and wake anybody up. That's all I'm going to say. Coming on 3.5 hours of this live stream. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it happens. I mean, oh boy. T-minus 3 minutes until the game resumes again, and the Eagles offense is set to head back onto the field deep in their own territory. You get the feeling that one touchdown here could put the Cowboys in a hole. And both teams are lining up right now. It's 11:27 Eastern Time. 4:44 left to go in the third quarter after a 1-hour rain delay. And Dak Prescott is vibing on the sideline. Here's the story of the game. Jalen Carter was accused of spitting near the Dallas huddle, and Dak Prescott spit right back at him, and Carter was like, yeah, I've seen enough. And then Carter gets thrown out of the game. And then starting with that moment, it's just been such a bizarre game from start to finish. This is definitely Our greatest game to open the season? Why not? And look at Dak Prescott. He is a loose cannon out there. Rarely do you see Prescott be a loose cannon on the sidelines. But in a game like this where you haven't played it in almost an hour, you're like, all right, it's time to have some fun out here. And if I'm him, I'm thinking the same way. Just don't get caught up in the moment. That's really the whole thing. I mean, for fans on the East Coast, I mean, it's tough because this game's going to go after midnight. But if you're a fan in the Central Time Zone, and I know a lot of, and especially since Dallas is in the Central Time Zone, they're probably like, we don't care. We'd stay up to watch this regardless of how long it's going to be. And there's Saquon Barkley, and there's CeeDee Lamb. So right now, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles offense has just taken the field, and they're going to begin the first drive of this game since the delay. 1st and 10 for the Eagles at their own 16-yard line. 4:44 left to go in the third quarter at Lincoln Financial Field. Hurts in the pistol formation. 3 wide set to the right side. Got at the tight end. Barkley's in the backfield. Cowboys show 7 men in the box. Devontae Smith goes in motion. Handoff goes to Barkley right up the left side, and he is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. Cowboy defense was just waiting for them to get dropped out there. It's a loss of 1. It'll be 2nd and 11. Eagles have run 40 plays. The Cowboys have run 39. This is about as evenly matched game as you're going to see. The only difference that Philly has going for them is time of possession. That's how they've been beating on a bunch of teams over the years. 2nd and 11 at the 15-yard line. Hurts in the shotgun, 3 wide set to the right. Barkley the back to his left. Play clock at 5. Hurts goes back to throw. Here comes a blitz, and he gets out of a sack, but he's going to have to get rid of the ball quickly. It is incomplete, and it's going to be 3rd and long. So the Cowboy defense comes out of the long stoppage and is immediately trying to make its presence felt. They've sent Trayvon Diggs on a corner blitz. That's a bold decision, and it works out very well because it forces Jalen Hurts to get rid of it. So it's 3rd and 11 for the Eagles at their own 15-yard line. If the Cowboys get a stop right here, they'll get all the momentum back on their side. 3 wide set to the right side for Hurts. He's in the shotgun. Here comes another corner blitz. Hurts has to get out of a sack. He keeps his eyes downfield. Is he going to have enough to try and get the first down? He tries to evade one man, but can't get any further. Donovan Izaraku making the tackle for the Cowboys, and the Eagles will be forced to a 3 and out. Just what Matt Eberflus's defense needed right there. If they have any chance of trying to win this game, they've got to keep Hurts on the ground, and they've done just that for this possession. So in hindsight, the Miles Sanders fumble did not hurt the Cowboys. This will be the first punt of the game for Braden Mann, who kicks it long and high, and it's going to be fielded by Turpin at a fair catch at the 26-yard line. That's a bomb of a kick. So after forcing a 3 and out, here comes the Cowboy offense back out of the field. Dak Prescott in this game is 12 of 20. He started the game 4 for 4, but he's been a little bit shaky since then. Now let's see what he does coming out of the delay. 1st and 10, Cowboys at their own 26-yard line. Prescott of the shotgun formation, changing the plays. Bunch set to the right side. The handoff goes to Javonte Williams, and Williams was stopped initially, but keeps his legs moving, and he takes it to the 30-yard line. It'll be a 4-yard pickup, and it'll be 2nd and 6. So the Cowboys, despite all the nonsense that's been thrown in their path the last couple of weeks, have a chance to take a lead deep into the second half. There's still a long way to go, but they're giving it their all. Second down, 6 yards to go. Prescott a too tight it, and he brings interpreted motion. Play fake. Prescott looks to throw it. It's going to be complete to Jake Ferguson, but he's short of the line of game. It's a pickup of 5. Making the tackle for the Eagles was number 24, Andrew Makuba, who has seen a lot of action here tonight, despite the injury to Sidney Brown. As I said, Sidney Brown's got injured earlier in the game, and Makuba's taken that has filled in nicely for that time being. 3rd and 1 for Dallas at their own 35. Prescott at a 5-wide set in the shotgun. He brings CeeDee Lamb in motion. 3rd and 1. Prescott throws over the middle. It's caught by CeeDee Lamb, and he drags his way down to the 48-yard line. He sent Lamb in motion before the snap was made, and he picks up 13 yards and another Cowboy first down. And once again, the theme of this game for Dallas is attack Adoree Jackson. Go after him at all costs. 5 catches for 100 yards tonight for Lamb. 1st and 10, bunch set to the right side for Prescott. The handoff goes to Javonte Williams, and he's able to take it across midfield and down to the 48-yard line. The clock is now inside of 1 minute to go in the 3rd quarter. And right now on that Eagles sideline, there could be a sense of urgency starting to kick in. They didn't think it would be this close to the game, but Cowboys-Eagles, in the history of that rivalry, there's been a lot of nonsense taking place over the years, and this game is no different. 2nd and 7 of the 48. Prescott of the shotgun, a bunch set to the right side. He brings CeeDee Lamb in motion. Play fake. Dak throws a screen out to the left side. It's caught by Lamb, and he's not going to be able to get back to the line of scrimmage. Jordan Davis making the tackle for the Eagles, and that's going to bring us to the end of the 3rd quarter, where the Cowboys will be forced into a 3rd and long. Yeah, my voice is probably shot, but honestly, I'm not trying to wake anybody up. Unless something crazy happens. But end of the 3rd quarter, it is 24-20 Eagles, but the Cowboys are driving again. And Saquon can only watch. Some finish, you guys. Some finish. I can't wait to go back and watch the rerun of the live stream. Yeah, I can't wait to go back and rewatch this live stream because, there's just been so much drama in this game. Because this has been a tale of 2 games. First half, nobody punted in the first half. Until recently, nobody punted in this game. The Cowboys scored on each of their first 4 drives. 2 touchdowns and 2 field goals. And then the Eagles scored on their first 4 possessions as well, 3 touchdowns and a field goal. And that's where we stand right now. And it's been a crazy game. It has been a crazy game ever since Jalen Carter got ejected. And right now, something's got to give. Something's got to give because I just feel like that this 3rd and 11 right here to start the 4th quarter is going to go a long way to decide the outcome of this game. Because if Dallas gets another big 3rd down conversion, it's going to be like, whoa, we might have something here. But I must say, if Dallas ends up pulling off this upset, you get the sense that not only will Cowboy Nation be insufferable, but also I have this odd feeling that Brian Schottenheimer is turning that culture around for the better. Because he's given them something that I don't think McCarthy had, and that's a never say die mentality. Don't get rattled by the moment. There's the Xfinity Mobile Arena, which was formerly Wells Fargo Center, formerly the Wachovia Center, and formerly the First Union Center. Still Wells Fargo, but I don't think I'm going to get to a Flyers game this year in Philly, but I'm definitely going to the preseason game in Hershey Park. Anyways, start of the fourth quarter. 3rd and 10 for the Cowboys at midfield. Prescott brings Turpin in motion. He goes back to throw. He's going to take a shot down the middle. It's deflected in the air. It is incomplete. It went through the hands of CeeDee Lamb, and Dallas will be forced to punt. That's one he's going to want to have back. That is one that CeeDee's going to want to have back. Hit him right in the helmet. First time the Cowboys have been forced to punt all night. And here's the punt. It's a long kick towards the 13-yard line, caught out there by Jahan Dotson. And Brian Anger absolutely nailed the heck out of that ball. All right. 14:46 to go in regulation. The Eagles have a 4-point lead and the ball. But what do they do right here? If this game is decided by one, if the Eagles win by one score, that fumble near the goal line is going to be the biggest reason why. But I feel like Cowboys fans should not be upset either way. Even if they lose this game, I wouldn't get too mad if I were them, because it showed that they can compete with the very best. So A.J. Brown has ran 16 different pass patterns. He has not gotten a single catch yet, although this could change right here. 1st and 10 for the Eagles at their own 13. 5 wide set for Jalen Hurts. He's in the shotgun. Cowboys showing a 4-man front. Hurts goes back to throw. Has time, throws it to the outside. It's complete to Saquon. He's going to take it down to about the 20-yard line, make that the 21. It's a pickup of 7 on the play, and it'll be 2nd and 3. Oh boy. Biggest drive of the game to this point. It is it's going to be absolute insanity right now. Second and 2 for the Eagles. 2 tight end set for Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. Saquon to the right side. Handoff goes to Barkley, and he is stopped for no gain. That is Solomon Thomas, the 9-year veteran, making the tackle alongside fellow defensive tackle Marshawn Kneeland, who's, I must say, Cowboys have done a much better job against Saquon than anticipated, and turns out that Kenny Clark's got some gas left in the tank. 3rd and 1 for the Eagles. Here we go. It's time. It is time. 3rd and 1, brotherly shove. Here comes Jalen Hurts in the brotherly shove formation. Hut 1, hut 2, hut 3. Oh, is he going to get it? I don't know if he got it. I don't think he did. I don't think he got it. Push! I don't think he got it. They gave it to him. Are you kidding me? They gave Jalen Hurts the first down marker. Let's see. I'm not so sure he got it. Let's see. And the Cowboys aren't going to challenge it. Wait a minute. They are. "12 men on the defense. I thought this was going to be a challenge by Schottenheimer, but then he not only doesn't challenge the play, but also he has 12 guys on the field. Talk about adding insult to injury. First and 10 for the Eagles. At their own 28, two tight ends set for Jalen Hurts. Stretch play to Barkley to the right side of 1st and 5, and he is going to get close to the line to gain. Actually, that was 1st and 5. So it's a 4-yard pickup, and it'll be 2nd 1. As I said, 12 men on the field. What difference does it make? So Saquon Barkley last year rushed for over 1,200 yards in the second half. That is most by far in NFL history. This is the time of the game where he absolutely goes ballistic. 2nd and 1 from the 32. Bunch set to the left side. Hand off back to Saquon. And I'm not sure. I don't think he got it. Donovan Izaraku making the tackle for Dallas, the rookie out of Boston College, as was Solomon Thomas, who's had a good game tonight. Here we go again. 6 of 8 on 3rd down for the Eagles, and here it comes again. Let's see. What formation is this? Pooh! Brotherly shove territory, and this time they get the 1st down. Do it again. The most overpowering play in football. For those who want that play banned, suck it. Absolutely suck it. Because, in my opinion, it's absolute imposure of the offensive line. And nobody executes that play like the Eagles. 1st and 10 now inside of 10.5 minutes to go in the 4th. Two tight ends set for Jalen Hurts. He brings Devontae Smith in motion. Throw a screen out to Skinny Batman. He makes the catch. Can he get away from the first wave? He cannot, but he's taken down just shy of the 40-yard line. It's a pickup of 6, and it'll be 2nd and 4. Push! Second and 3 from the 40. Hurts in the shotgun, a 4-wide set. Saquon is in the backfield. Cowboys show 4-man front. Hurts goes back to throw. Here comes some pressure from Izaraku. He has to dump it off to Barkley. What a catch by Saquon. And he stiff arms a man and gets the 1st down. How about them apples? That is unbelievable. That is just crazy. He just gets out of that. Stiff arms a guy and then gets the 1st down. Crazy. 1st and 10, pistol formation. Handoff goes back to Saquon Barkley, and he is decked behind the line of scrimmage. Oh, boy. Jackson. Actually, no, that was James Houston. James Houston goes right past Jordan Mailata, and Landon Dickerson says, "Get out of here." Second and 14, and now the Eagles will have to take a timeout. Why isn't this computer charging now? I don't get it. Now we've got this issue. Come on. Come on. Now the charter's not. Now Computer charger's not working? Oh, come on. That's the last thing I need to see. Yeah, now I think it's loading up, but yeah, we're probably gonna have limited battery damage once again because I don't know. Like I feel like after I did the live stream for the NFL draft, back in April, this happened to my computer and I had issues. So I don't know if I'll get this looked at. As I said, I might get it looked at. Sometime soon, but for now, just leave it be. So now it'll be 2nd and 14 for the Eagles at their own 36, at their own 43-yard line. Like this is going to be some ending. Yeah, it's almost midnight, so get ready. As I said, Mamma Mia music's about to come out, and when that happens, drama ensues. Drama will ensue because man, I don't know. As I said, probably have to go to bed as soon as this stream is over. Finally, a brotherly shove. Push. Push. All right. 8:26 to go in regulation. 2nd and 14 for the Eagles. Hurts out of the shotgun. 3 wide set on the play. Trying to change the play at the line of scrimmage. Hurts goes back to throw. Pressure. Rolling to his right. Has to keep his eyes downfield. Throws incomplete. He was pressured on that play and heavily pressured by number 54, Sam Williams. And Sam Williams read that Hurts was going to roll to his right side and immediately took off from it. And now Landon Dickerson is injured. Just what you wanted to see if you're an Eagles fan. Jalen Carter getting ejected, and now Landon Dickerson is heading off to the medical room. Woof. And now Brett Tuth is now in the game. 3rd and 14. Hurts goes back to throw. Has time. He throws it down the field, and it's complete to Goddard, but he's not getting the first down. He is swarmed at midfield by 4 different Cowboys. The main one who got him was Trayvon Diggs. And the Eagles will be forced to punt again. Contrast to 2 games. First half was an offensive showcase. Second half is all about defense. Oh, God. What is Sirianni doing? What is he doing? It's 4th and 5 from midfield, and the Eagles are going for it. 3 wide out set for Jalen Hurts in the shotgun. He brings Devontae Smith in motion. Or are they just trying to get him offside? Oh, I think they were just trying to get him offside. Way to go, Nick. You learn from your mistakes. Trying to get Cowboys' worst field position. I like this idea. And it's uh-oh time for the Eagles. Woof. So Braden Mann on to punt for Philadelphia as Devontae Turpin is back deep for Dallas, and he hasn't really had many opportunities to break one in the open field. Man into punt. The kick is away, headed towards the left side. And it is out of bounds. Let's see where they spot it. Still waiting. First down, Cowboys at the 13-yard line. So they're 87 yards away from the go-ahead score. But Philly's defense has toughened up as this game has gone on. 7:20 remaining in regulation. Does Dak Prescott have a clutch drive in him? We're about to find out. Yep, this is going to be just what we wanted. 24-20 Eagles. 7:20 remaining in regulation. Cowboys with the ball. High drama. Just high drama. And I hope the game tomorrow night in Brazil is the same way between the Chiefs and the Chargers. Has anyone found A.J. Brown? He might be lost on Trevon Diggs Island. Well, Trevon Diggs probably heard a lot of people say that that our defense is going to stick without Micah. He's like, I'll take the responsibility of being the best player on defense like I was in 2021. That is what Trevon Diggs has done so far in this game to A.J. Brown. Although George Pickens has been locked up by Guantanamo Bay. The only problem for Philly is that Adoree Jackson has been carved up by CeeDee Lamb other than one drop. Although CD is one of the best receivers in the business. I can't go too hard on Adoree Jackson. I want to see what he does next week against Marquise Brown. Because you have to remember, Rashee Rice suspended the first 6 games for the Chiefs. And we're going to see what Patrick Mahomes can do tomorrow night. Yep. Probably next commercial, the Mamma Mia music comes out. For the because it will be after midnight. We aren't. Precursor to waiting all day for Sunday night. I wish that game Sunday was at M&T Bank Stadium. Because if it was, I would be going to the game. But don't you worry, I am going to a primetime game later this month. Monday night, Ravens-Lions blackout. Oh, I cannot wait for that game. 1st and 10, Cowboys at their own 11. 3 wide set for Dak Prescott. Got to the left side. He's in the shotgun. Prescott looks left, throws that way, and it's complete to CeeDee Lamb out in front of Quinion Mitchell. And it's a pickup of about 12 yards and a first down for the Cowboys. 7 catches for 109 yards for CD tonight. And this is one of the biggest drives that Prescott has had in quite some time, especially given the stakes. 1st and 10 of the 24. Ferguson goes in motion. Handoff goes to Devontae Williams, and he's not getting anything. Loss of 2 on the play as Jordan Davis was like, yum, 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 yum. And so was Jalix Hunt. That's going to cause a problem. Let's see. Jalix Hunt working on the right against the right side of the offensive line, and that's the first mistake that Tyler Booker's really made all game. Second and 12 at the 22-yard line. Prescott 5 wide set on the shotgun. He goes back to throw. Dumps it off to Kevontae Turpin. Gets out of 1 tackle, but he's swarmed immediately. Jahad Campbell was the first one who got there. Second one was Andrew Makuba. 3rd and 10 for the Cowboys. Now the clock is inside of 6 minutes, so there is going to be a sense of urgency now on Dallas's side. What does Vic Fangio have called up right here? Let's see what he's got. 3rd and 10. Crowd on its feet in Philadelphia. Prescott changing the play to the line of scrimmage. 3 wide set to the right side. Now it's a 5 wide set as Javonte Williams goes in motion. Prescott, 4-man front for the Eagles. Looking, has to get rid of the ball. It is complete to Williams, and he's not going anywhere. He is out of bounds at the 28-yard line, and the Cowboys will be forced to a 3-and-out. The Eagle defense rises up and stops the Cowboys on 3 straight plays. And Tyler Booker, who's had a very good night for the most part, now starting to feel the wrath of the Eagle defense. So Brian Anger on to punt for Dallas. Standing back at his own 15. It's a long one again. And Jahan Dotson makes a fair catch at the 25-yard line with 4:43 to go in regulation. Yep. It is midnight on the East Coast. Drama ensues. God. Oh boy. So the Eagles are probably 2, maybe 3 first downs away from ending the game. And if they do just that, it'll be a moral victory despite all the nonsense that has been thrown in their path in this game. Especially the Jalen Carter injection and the fact that Adoree Jackson got carved up by CeeDee Lamb in this game. Yep. This is literally the song that the football gods were singing after the Miles Sanders fumble because they wanted to delay this game 1 hour. And now it's going to end after midnight. Give me a game after midnight. The football gods show no mercy. Amen. Wow. It's probably going to come down to the last play of the game. Knowing Eagles Cowboys and knowing what happened last year on opening night, which I said lately, I'm like, go ahead. Go freaking ahead. So, whew. Enough Mamma Mia. Let's get back to the game. So, back in Philadelphia, the Eagles with a 4-point lead with 4:43 to go in regulation. Cowboys have to get a stop if they have any chance at staying alive. And there's Jerry Jones. You can tell he's like, give me one more chance. One chance at coming back and winning this game. 1st and 10 of the 24. Hurts of the pistol formation. 3 tight ends on the handoff goes to Saquon Barkley, and he is stopped at the line of scrimmage. Sam Williams was the first one who got to him. No gain, 2nd and 10. And let's see on that play. They were crashing the line, all of them. Williams, Kenny Clark, Solomon Thomas. Yeah, they said they're all there. 2nd and 10 of the 24. 4 wide set for Jalen Hurts. He's in the shotgun. Saquon to the left side. Hurts goes back to throw. Thought about throwing it to his right now, scrambles to his left. He's going to take off and run, and he is out of bounds at about the 27-yard line. It's a pickup of 3. The Philly sideline wanted a flag on that play, but they weren't going to get a call because his momentum was taking him out of bounds. And once again, Sam Williams is in on the stop. Man, he's had a second half for the Cowboys on defense. Man. Yeah, they're like, who needs Micah? 3rd and 7 for the Eagles. 3:55 to go in regulation. Hurts in the shotgun, bunch set to the right side. Cowboys show a 5-man front. Back to throw. Rolling to his right. Keeps his eyes downfield and is complete to Jahan Dotson, but he's short of the line to gain. And it was the freshly extended Teron Bland who stopped him 3 yards short of the first down, and the Eagles will be forced to punt. Tale of 2 games. Tale of 2 games. Holy cow. And now Dak Prescott has a chance to try and win the game. Really, Philly? You're seriously going to allow the Cowboys to gain all the insufferability in the world? Look what you've done. Braden Mann kicks it away to Devontae Turpin, who's going to let this thing roll out of bounds at about the 17-yard line. 3:02 remaining. The Cowboys need to go 83 yards. They have 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. This is, in my opinion, one of the biggest drives in recent Cowboys history. Look at what's happened to them this week. The Micah Parsons trade. All the negativity towards Jerry Jones. There's all, look at what they've gone through this offseason. And yes, I'm an Eagles gear, and personally, I don't want to see them score. I don't want it. I don't want to see that happen because my friend and myself included are going to be mad, but deep inside. But anyways, this is such a big drive for Dallas because this would be a statement to not just to themselves, but to all of the NFL that the Micah Parsons trade was massively, massively overreacted. It comes to show you that Brian Schottenheimer and the culture that he built is not a fluke. This is the kind of culture that the Cowboys have been missing for years. You could just say that under Mike McCarthy and under Jason Garrett, it wasn't like this, but now this is something that they haven't had in a while. And it was the same when Sirianni first took her over in Philadelphia. The Eagles are supposed to win this game on paper, but there's kind of that feeling that you want to have the underdog pull away. But I got mixed emotion, very mixed. I'm gonna either way. When this thing's said and done, I'm gonna feel excited and I'm gonna feel depressed at the same time. I don't get it. It just happens. It just happens. Oh, boy. Boosh. If you're an Eagles fan, this cannot be that home opener against Atlanta last year where, Kirk Cousins shredded a prevent defense. The only concern for Vic Fangio is he sucks at running prevent defense. All right, 3:02 to go. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys. At their own 18. Prescott on the shotgun 4 wide set. He goes back to throw. He throws it to the outside. It is complete. A one-handed catch by Jake Ferguson towards the home sideline. It's a pickup of 5. It'll be 2nd and 5. That's a great catch. And that was tightly covered by Zach Bond. And that's one way to start a drive. 2nd and 5 of the 23. Another 4 wide set for Prescott. He nearly bobbles a step, picks it back up, throws it over the field, and it's almost intercepted. It went in and out of the hands of Quinyon Mitchell, and a crisis averted for the Cowboys. And not only was that was a bad snap, And he threw it right to him. And, oh my God, how do you drop that pass? 3rd and 5 from the 23. Another 4-wide set for Prescott. He's in the shotgun. Javonte Williams to the right. Prescott goes back to throw. Looking. Throws it to the outside. It is caught by George Pickens. They gave Prescott another chance, and he took advantage of it for now. And as he's done all night, he's gone right after Adoree Jackson. Cooper, why didn't you turn for the ball? So Pickens is 3 catches for 30 yards, plus he initiated a 40-yard pass interference. 1st and 10 of the 38. Prescott goes back to throw. He takes a deep shot down the field, and it's going to be complete to CeeDee Lamb. Almost intercepted at the same time. Oh, it went in and out of the hands of both him and Reed Blankenship. 2nd and 10. And he had Quinion Mitchell beat. Oh, that's 2 of them that CeeDee has dropped in this game. Oh, that's a killer. Oh my God. 2nd and 10 from the 38. 4-wide set for Prescott. He goes back to throw. Here comes Jalen Hunt off the edge. He throws it to the outside, and it is almost picked off. He was looking for Luke Schoonmaker, but he was in a sea of double team, and it's 3rd and 10. Now, if you don't get this, if you're the Cowboys, do you punt them the ball knowing you have all 3 timeouts in the 2-minute warning, or do you go for it? For me, I don't know. It depends on how far this is in. 3rd and 10 with 2:33 remaining in regulation. 4-wide set for Dak Prescott in the shotgun. Eagles showing 6 men in the box. Prescott goes back to throw. Looking, has to keep his eyes downfield. It's complete to Javonte Williams, but the tackle is made by Zach Bond. And that may take us to the 2-minute warning, although Schottenheimer's going for it. 4th and 3 from the 45-yard line. Prescott in the pistol formation. Are they going to try and get him off sides? And we've reached the 2-minute warning. Oh boy. It is gut check time for 2 longtime rivals. Come on. Oh my goodness. I know the Ravens aren't playing, but geez. As I said, the Eagle fan, the Eagle fan in me feels nervous, even though I'm calling this game neutral. That part of me feels so nervous. It's like, come on, just get one stop right now. They're like, just get a stop. They're like, please don't let this happen. Fourth and 3, 2 minutes remaining in regulation. Cowboys are going for it. Nick Sirianni looking on with his headset over him. 3-wide set to the left side for Dak Prescott. He brings Cavante Turpin in motion from left to right. The Eagles look like they're showing a blitz. Here they come. 4th and 3. Prescott throws a deep ball up the sideline, and it is just out of the hands of CeeDee Lamb, and the Eagles take over. That's 3 of them. 3 strikes and you're out. The pressure is what forced them to make the mistake. And he had Cooper CeeDee Lamb beats Cooper DeJean on that play, but he can't haul it in. Wow. And he knows it. Oh, boy. This is so Cowboys. This is such a Cowboys moment. All right, anyways, 1st and 10 for the Eagles at the 45-yard line. Hurts in the pistol formation to give this to Saquon Barkley, and he's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. Cowboys will use the first of their timeouts. And CeeDee Lamb is hoping he gets another chance. He should have taken the first down play over the middle. Never change. That's twice on that drive that CeeDee Lamb drops a pass that easily could have been in his hands. Oh, boy. Don't get too mad, Dallas. At least you did better than most pundits thought. Second and 10 at the 45. Hurts out of the shotgun. He goes back to throw. He throws it to the outside. It is complete to A.J. Brown. He finally makes the catch, but he loses forward progress, and the Cowboys will be forced to call their second timeout. So the Eagles are 1 first down away from surviving all that. The only downside on that play was that A.J. Brown lost forward progress. So now it'll be 3rd and 3 for the Eagles. And Jerry Jones can only watch, as can Dak Prescott. And there's Jeffrey Lurie. He knows his team is 1 first down away from winning. 3rd and 3 from the 37-yard line. 5 wide out set for Jalen Hurts. He's in the shotgun. Is this going to be a quarterback draw? Let's see. Here it comes. Hurts looking, rolling. He's going to get the first down. Ball game. And the Eagles have taken down the Cowboys. Just as he's done all night long, Hurts uses his feet to get the victory for the Birds. Let's see. They Cowboys rushed 4. They had the quarterbacks. They did not have a quarterback spy. They did not have the quarterback spy on that play. Jack Sanborn tried to be just that, but Nick Sirianni's like, thank frickin' God. Dallas, you fought hard, but too bad the football gods decided to throw you the hypothetical pie in the face. Don't you worry, despite this loss, you're going to be fine. But I got news for you, Jerry Jones. Only a brick wall could stop you. Its name is the Eagles. Yep, and Hurts will probably take one more kneel down on that, and that's going to be the game. Much relief for the defending champions as they take down the Dallas Cowboys by a final of 24-20, beginning their title defense. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't perfect, but they got the job done, and that's all that matters. And finally, this long live stream is over. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. I really appreciate you guys coming out, and that's going to do it for us. Good night, everybody, and God bless all y'all.